Good morning, Truth and Transparency. What is up? It is Tuesday, July 1st. Feels like April Fool's Day, but July 1st. Good morning. Make yourself known in the chat. Let me know where you're watching all over the world. Well, the University of Idaho student murders looks like it will end in a plea deal. But let's talk about a little bit about that. Let's just bring out nothing but the facts. So good morning, everybody. Idaho Criminal Rule 33, Sentence and Judgment. If you go to C, withdraw of a plea of guilty, these are the only ways this is going to rock. So those of you guys that are asking the same questions, I have a couple questions because I want to talk about the path and the road to get to this point, which I think this should have been handled within a couple weeks after the arrest. So withdrawing a plea of guilty. A motion to withdraw a plea of guilty may be made only before sentence is imposed. So sentencing is not going to be tomorrow. That's just going to be where Bryan Kohberger would be to change his plea to guilty. And certain things have to happen where the judge is going to be asking, like, if it's voluntary, is it all that crap? And then it would be between that time and literally the sentencing, which at the sentencing, then the families, the victims, they can go ahead and give victim impact speeches. But there are a couple different ways that this could change. So withdrawing a guilty plea, a motion has to be put in to withdraw a plea of guilty. It may be made only before sentence is imposed or imposition of sentence is suspended. But to correct manifested injustice, the court may. So this is your way that you'd be able to still do it whenever, is you would have to show a manifested injustice. The court may set aside the judgment of conviction after sentence and may permit the defendant to withdraw a plea of guilty. And that's basically you're coming to the table with a ton of shit. For example, if it would take, as Ann Taylor said, years to go through this discovery to be able to find certain stuff, and here the state's claiming that we gave you any type of Brady or any type of exculpatory evidence. We listed that all out. Well, I wouldn't believe the state as far as I could throw the state, period. So right there, so before sentencing, he could back out of it. But to correct manifested injustice, the court may set aside. Also, ineffective assistance of counsel, and we're going to talk about it. Okay. Ineffective assistance. My number one thing with ineffective assistance of counsel would be, why in the world did Ann Taylor ever agree to have a preliminary hearing 6 months after the arrest of Bryan Kohberger? Why? You're supposed to have your preliminary hearing within, I think, 14 days. So I'm going to pull up. Hold on. This is the road. The road here. The road to this plea deal. If I was the family, whoop. Okay. Again, good morning, everybody. Is Murky in chat? Because I was going to read something that... Is Murky here? Oh, murky. Well, I was gonna read this. Should I not read this? Oh, love you, Dal. Love you, Dal. A speedy trial and a preliminary are not the same. That is correct. They are not. There's two. That's two different things. Okay. So number one would be this preliminary hearing being. I mean, I think that that's ineffective. I think that was extremely ineffective for Bryan Kohberger, to the point that you're going to give the prosecutors 6 months to build a case against you. So number one is for me is I would be, if we're talking about ineffective assistance of counsel, the preliminary hearing that should have never took place and agreed to by the defense 6 months down the road. Number two, the road. Okay. Ann Taylor and her team made in court statements defending Bryan Kohberger's, that he's innocent. He's innocent. If you truly believe that, right, then how would you go to your client and say, hey, I believe in your innocence, but what, we can't win? So Ann Taylor has professional codes that she has to uphold, and telling the court things like, we believe in Bryan actually, being innocent, like that had a lot of weight. So I don't see how then you can go and be like, oh, hey, I think you should take this. Or is it Bryan saying, my counsel is saying, hey, without this additional time, we try to get this continuation, we don't feel like we could represent you effectively. So when Bryan Kohberger is asked questions, let's say tomorrow, and is Bryan Kohberger going to say something to the effect of, well, I felt like I had no choice but to take a plea deal because my counsel was telling me that they needed that continuation and they felt that they couldn't defend me, blah, 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 blah. What if that comes out? What if he says something like that? So I felt like I had no choice but to take a plea deal versus dying. If that's the case, what do you guys think? What would Judge Hippler do? Anyways, moving on with this again, we're looking at the path of how we ended up at this late, the 11th hour. So we had in December, let's go like this. We have to start from the bottom to the top. There you go. So order changing time of preliminary status hearing, request for discoveries, those are all happening. Then we get to Bill Thompson stating that the Gonzalez family is basically witnesses for, we have the non-dissemination order that gets changed around at the beginning of February. Let's see, in March, subpoenas would go out. One would go to Bethany Funk to appear at the preliminary hearing and to testify for the defense. So we're just all the filings with the search warrants. Again, we had camera issues. They were debating in April of 2023, like if cameras are going to be allowed. That's when Judge took over, and they started doing a YouTube channel to because the media lost their privileges because they can't follow mainstream media can't follow directions. That's what was happening in April of 2023. All the while here in the back in April of 2023, that's when Bill Thompson and Ashley Jennings add the AG's office on to the docket for them as to prosecute the case as well with their help. And then in April, they began to build for the secret grand jury to convene, and they're going to indict Bryan Kohberger on at the end of April, beginning of May of 2023. Again, remember, Ann Taylor agreed, which why would you ever agree to have a preliminary hearing 6 months? Think about this. All that Amazon stuff, you guys, none of that was found out. None of that would have been able to have been used at that preliminary hearing. Just whatever they had at that point in January of 2023, that's what would have went forward at a preliminary hearing. And so that would be ineffective assistance of counsel, I think, for you. What reasonable lawyer out there would have said, yeah, totally, have a preliminary hearing 6 months down the road and let the state just gather a shit ton. Let's see. So then we have then we have not the preliminary hearing, but we have a secret grand jury. They indict Bryan Kohberger. Immediately after that, Ann Taylor and team, I think it was even before that, but they realized that IGG was used, okay, secretively, to the point that they just didn't put it on the probable cause affidavit, but really that's how they got to Bryan Kohberger. And then you have to really talk about when the FBI truly knew that and what they were doing. Getting his name on December 19th, that is eventually going to come out that that's not accurate. It was before that. Then they start fighting the grand jury in June of 2023. They also at that point, this is when the state comes in June of 2023, because they move for a motion to, where is it here? Hold on. They move for a motion to get a protective order on everything to do with IGG. And this is when they're basically saying that they're informants. Okay. We're all informants, whoever was part of that tree. Also in the background, they're working on change of venue. They're starting to use, it would be in August of 2023 is when they had all the IGG DNA specialists, experts coming in testifying, so that they could get their hands that that's part of discovery. Judge allowed it and said, yeah, the defense is entitled to some of that. That's what all happened at the end of August. But that started because here in June, the state went for this protective order. Hold on, let me click that. Let's see. This is when declarations are being filed, like I said, in June. Then they have that hearing at the end of August. Judge, yep, here you're going to get, it's considered discovery, at least portions of it. Again, discovery is going back and forth. And then you get to the next big, you can say, part of this case would be in the fall when, let's go to the fall one. Right there, that's all their motions for the grand jury. They want a motion to dismiss based off of now prosecutorial misconduct. And now here's our second point. So the first point I just told you, here's the second point, was this prosecutorial misconduct. This would be another way that you can, even if you were to take a plea deal down the road, you could file as far as prosecutorial misconduct. And if you could show all this shit, that would be another reason that you could get out of a plea deal down the road. Now, do we believe that there was prosecutorial misconduct? I believe that there was. It doesn't mean that I believe that Bryan Kohberger is innocent. Guilty has nothing to do with that. This is just, do I believe that there was prosecutorial misconduct? Abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely. Do I believe that there was ineffective assistance of counsel in the beginning? Yes, and then you get to, then Bryan Kohberger had to waive his right to a speedy trial, but he had to give up that right in order to preserve a different right. And I mean, I don't know how that, to me, that seems like a violation. Like, so I wanted to know about your civil rights here. Like, can you plead guilty and still go after somebody, aka the state, for violating your civil rights? And there's actually a way that you can, but it's hard to do. Then what happens next here is okay, right here. Order denying defendant's motion to stay proceedings and withdrawing order staying time for speedy trial. That was October. And so that's where I felt like you're making somebody choose one of your, like, it's in there. I have right to like a speedy trial, right? And he didn't want to waive those. But he basically did because of other things. Ineffective assistance of counsel. Order addressing IGG. That's where it comes out that they're going to get that information. And that's when the state then had this notice of the in-camera review. Judge says yes. He puts an order out. And then the defense team is supposed to be getting this material. Well, remember, the Idaho State Police thought that they attached Othrum's, all of these things, and they didn't. It comes out then 2 years later when they had, what's his name? One of the ISP guys on the stand, and then the Othram guy on the stand at one of the last hearings. And they were, I think it was the one that was back a couple months ago. February. Yeah. And they were talking about Othram's policies, procedures. Bill Thompson, remember, was like, we don't have any of that. What are you talking about? We don't have this. this contract. Like everyone's like, what do you mean you have a contract with this third party lab, like this private lab? I'm guarantee you have like what's your protocols? How are we supposed to get you things? How do you get us the result? Like we all know that stuff exists. And it did exist. Idaho State Police just didn't upload because it was the state, like that was their relationship with Othram. Anyways, it comes out 2 years later. Right here was the public order denying motion to dismiss indictment on grounds of biased grand jury and admissible evidence. That was in December of 2023. And they listed off a bunch of things, and prosecutorial misconduct was in there. And now think about this. Absolutely, there was prosecutorial misconduct. Ashley Jennings is knowingly lying. Bill Thompson is knowingly lying. They were involved in writing those search warrants. They were involved in writing that PCA. And then it comes out that, okay, the defense is working on a way we need to move this out of Latah. Now think about this. Wait, this is ending in a plea deal, and you're doing all of these things, and you're advocating for somebody's and their rights, and you're saying that this person is factually innocent. So the question is how did we get to the point right here and now, right literally before trial would start, and it's like we're having a plea deal when this could have happened 2.5 years ago? And now do you think the state's going to say, well, yeah, but the families wanted to have us to go for the death penalty? If we would have never done that, then this would have never, then it could have been a plea deal back then. It'd be like, no, it would have went to trial. You guys, the moral of the story of this is, who is the plea deal really for? It's not for the victims. They're hiding behind that. It's for the state. It's for the state. But in order to have a plea deal, even there to be a deal, Bryan Kohberger had to say yes. If you're innocent, why are you saying yes? All right, so then it would be the new year would come and go, and in 2024, my interest in this episode is to talk about the fact that if again, I'm not a lawyer in Idaho, but I would think that if you obtained and secured a plea deal after for 2.5 years by violating someone's rights, and that's how you obtained a plea deal, that I would think that would be manifested injustice. That would be the definition. If I took a plea deal because you're going to cheat at every step of the way and I have no legitimate chance. So, versus being like verbally told this and coerced into this, it's happening in a different type of way. And is that manifested injustice? I think that makes I think that is the definition of that. Like, you arrested me on a faulty, like all of it's faulty. And then it only just kept continuing, like the prosecutorial acts. And so that's prosecutorial misconduct. Then I'm continuing to have my rights. I have to pick and choose. Okay, speedy trial, or but if I don't waive that, then hey, I don't have time. I cannot go defend you. it's ineffective for me to go and defend you. I can't defend you. So you have Ann Taylor telling you this, right? But also you think that you have Ann Taylor telling you she believes in you. She thinks you're innocent, blah, 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 saying all these things. And so you're like, okay, yeah, I want to stick with Ann Taylor, right? She's has my back. Okay. She's going to go through all this discovery. And you know what kind of bothered me is last week reading, I think Josh Hurwitz made a really good point, and so did, Hippler in his order, saying that Ann Taylor never asked, hey, can we get more hands on this discovery? Can you provide us with, researchers? Like, why wouldn't she do that? Is that ineffective assistance of counsel? Yes, that's ineffective. If you knew you had all this discovery and it was just so much, why aren't you getting researchers? Why aren't you utilizing, you have 20 experts. So again, the path of the road to the plea deal. How did this all happen? Okay, so here we are. Boop. It's the new year, so it's 2024 now. 2024, what happens? Well, we kick off the new year with more requests for discovery. Okay. And then the public order for disclosure of IGG information. This is what we got to see. Okay. And so here, Bryan Kohberger and his team all know that the FBI and state actors, well, all of them didn't do it, but the FBI, because it went to that lab, whoever did it with the FBI, they violated the intern policy. Okay. So this is what's going on in the back of their mind, but they're playing this chess game because they have to do certain things in order. Here, we're trying to move it out of Latah County. So we have that. We want to do that first before, why would we wait to the end and then move it? And maybe they should have, because they would have gotten more calls with Judge and waited to the last minute to then move it for the purpose of, or why don't you just ship in jurors from, Boise and sequester them in Moscow for 3 months? I mean, then Moscow's like, we can't even facilitate having a trial here. So that's where we're moving into, which is January, February. Again, look at these. Like there was a case management order that went out because there's been a couple different times that there's supposed to be trial dates and they kept getting pushed back. So here, let me get to the point of, at the end of February, it was like, listen, the only people that could look at the IGG stuff were specific to, obviously, whoever the state had, but the defense, even certain of their team, it was only like the lawyers that were able to look at that IGG stuff. It wouldn't be till later on that they were able to get it. Hey, we need our investigators to look at it. In March of 2024. Comes now Bryan C. Kohberger by and through his counsel of record and hereby moves the court to rescind the order issued on March 22nd, 2024 without providing due process. On March 22nd, 2024, late on a Friday afternoon, the state filed its motion to prevent contact with potential jurors. The motion included attachments. Now, this is all for the survey. The late Friday afternoon filing was a strategic action by the state. The state was well aware of the survey taking place long before its late filing on March 22nd, 2024. Reading the state's filing, it is clear the state was aware of the survey process by March 8th, 2024. The state reached out to the defense counsel on March 19th, my birthday, and scheduled a meeting for March 21st. By the time the parties met on March 21st, 2024, the state had at least one transcript of the survey and knew the questions that were being asked. At no time during the 13 days between March 8th and March 21st did the state determine an emergency existed that must be brought to the court's attention. So let's truly talk about the path to get to this point on all the fuckerage that went on in this case. Okay. People say, people are asking the question, because I'm going to play it both ways. Why would an innocent man take a plea deal? Okay. Well, guess what? Innocent people, their whole lives have been taking plea deals. Guess what got them out of these crazy sentences? The Innocence Project. So innocent people take plea deals. Now, with that said, okay, guilty people do as well. But it all comes down to, why would Bryan take a plea deal? If it's for purposes of, I got my lawyers saying that they don't stand a chance because they're not prepared, and my life is on the line. I've been getting effed for 2.5 years. We're not going to get one close call go our way, and you're supposed to, as a defendant. You're supposed to be given the benefit of the doubt. We got a referee who's calling balls and strikes, or an ump that's calling balls and strikes. Nothing but strikes for that side, and we're over here, and the judge is basically blasting my attorney in the media. Then, wow, then my phone contents, they get sent out to Dateline. And the people that leaked it is law enforcement, prosecutors, arms of the prosecution. So going back to, remember the surveys. So the relationship that was being had between the defense and the prosecution, they hate each other. They hate each other. I don't believe that there's respect there. And I believe that it affected Mr. Kohberger's case. Their little pissing wars affected Bryan's case. The state could have easily, and likely did, find that this very expert did similar survey work in Idaho on at least 2 other occasions. It would come out here later that if you guys are watching the Donald Adelson case, the same guy that was involved with doing the survey in Idaho, Donald Adelson, using him over there in Florida to change venue, true scope. Surveys such as this meet the standard of case required of the defense in a capital case. Yet the state told the defense it wanted to tell the judge about this. The defense agreed to attend an on-the-record in-chambers meeting to discuss the defense's work being done. The state chose not to wait. Counsel asked the state to refrain from giving the attachments to the court prior to a meeting. Now, I want you guys to start thinking about something. Ready? It's my personal opinion. It's my personal opinion that Latah County was acting like they truly wanted to keep the case, but they never did. Okay? They never did. And it's my opinion because of what they did in March of 2024. Okay? They never wanted that to stay in Latah County. You know why? Because of the university. The university wanted nothing to do with this case, right? Wrecking the house. They wanted it as far away from possible, right? And what better way? Like, we want it to be moved, but we have to act like we don't. So what would be a great way? Oh, let's let this get out to more potential jurors, okay? By us doing what we just did here in March of 2024, thereby literally do you guys remember the hearing for the change of venue? They didn't, when I say they, Ashley Jennings and Bill Thompson did not call a single witness and did not ask a single cross-examination question. They didn't even try. They wanted it moved. All by acting like they didn't. Think back in your heads. Oh God, Lana, that's right. Remember Steve? Remember Steve was like, they didn't even try. They didn't even ask one question, cross-examination. I mean, basically, the state gave Judge nothing to try to consider keeping it there. So, what ends up happening is, let's back it up. It would then come out that Steve and his family told from James Patterson and his team about the grand jury and what all came out at the grand jury. Okay, so the grand jury leak. Witnesses at the grand jury. Now think about this. Latah is small, okay? How would you know who was even a grand juror, except for, with the exception of a couple possible names, like Bethany Dillon, maybe Hunter, first responders, and then your police that like, so there was a huge leak there. Now, fast forward to what we know now, looking back, wow. Everything that we can possibly do to get this out of Latah County. The road to the plea deal. Next up after, Judge took, remember he was like, hey, he took issue with Ann Taylor talking about like, Bryan has a right to be heard at a meaningful time, in a meaningful place, due process. And you're just halting something because of the state doing X, Y, and Z. So then we're going through April, May 2024. And now, boom, notice of defendant's supplemental response to state's alibi demand. Okay. Why did they want to know the state? Like, who cares what? Okay. Yep. Does Bryan Kohberger have an alibi? We're asking for it right now. And remember, Ann Taylor's like, we're not going to give them shit so that they haven't even provided us with discovery stuff that we need. Oh, we're going to provide them with our alibi stuff before they turn over the discovery. The time of the crime is everything in this case. The time of the crime. If the state says that the time of the crime was at blank time, 4 to 4:25, okay? But the state is saying that I had to get my happy ass over from Pullman to Moscow, and I took this white vehicle, my white vehicle, to do all that, well, I would have to leave at least by 3:30. But why would they be interested in an alibi? And then the defense is like, well, we need you to give us all of Bryan's phone shit because we want to give it to our expert, because that's where our, just like how you arrest people off of phones, that's also going to be his partial alibi. And I think it was a partial because it was going to be that this is where, everything that's come out with the whole Nick Balance not doing the handoffs and lying his fucking ass off. But also if Ann Taylor then moves the time of the crime up, that's even more of a, it can't be my client. So you have all of these things that are going on. Like this is your path of the case here the past 2.5 years. In April of 2024, that's when they asked, remember they were asking judge like, hey, like we don't have any dates here. Can we like get a scheduling order? Okay, can we get a scheduling order? Remember the Gonzalez's were like, why don't we have a trial date yet? Because what that sets is it sets deadlines for discovery. Okay. So they're asking for this scheduling order. It wouldn't be until April of 2024 that the defense investigators are able to review the IgG material. Back up, they knocked down the house in December of 2023. Was it 2024? Oh yeah, 2023. Like almost like a year later. And it wasn't until after they decided that they weren't going to be having, the speedy trial, they didn't have the preliminary hearing. Then they bring back out the feds to do scans of the house that they never did. So think about how ineffective your counsel was when it's like, here, if this is all that was given to me in discovery at the time when they gave us discovery, right? You want to wait 6 months to have a preliminary hearing? Well, then they can just start compiling all of this stuff to make circumstantial ways to make it seem like I did this. Because what would they have truly had in January, like January 10th or 14th of 2023 to present to the judge for a preliminary hearing? What would they have had? The big stuff that is being, the only thing that they would have had is the sheath. And if they would have used that and it's inadmissible, that's what happened with Dan Moore. They had a preliminary hearing and they used his confession that was ultimately thrown out after the fact, after that. And then thereby, bye-bye, unless you have other evidence that you're going to present here, and the state didn't, unless you have other evidence that you're going to present here, this coerced confession, it's you remove that and you have nothing. You didn't make that move to show that you had probable cause. Here we go. Yep, we're going to go ahead and indict. No, sorry. So was it ineffective that they did not have the preliminary hearing when they were supposed to? And 100%. And so I just don't know how anybody would go about that, though. Because that's everything dominoed from that. I would love to hear an argument from an attorney to say why no, a reasonable attorney would have done what Ann Taylor did and asked for 6 months. Because guess what? We have police officers that are saying that is the last thing that you would have ever done, is to wait 6 months to have a preliminary hearing where you're going to give us all that time to build a case against you? Especially because they rushed the arrest of him. Okay. And they arrested him. If Ann Taylor's over here, like, what the hell did you arrest my client on? You have nothing here. Then why wouldn't you go and have a preliminary hearing in January? And Ann Taylor's over there saying there's just so much discovery to go through. If you don't supply me with something and you think that you're going to use it at a preliminary hearing, that's not going to happen. Right? We're going to try to introduce it right before? Right when we're in the courtroom? Now remember, Ann Taylor had to put in motions to say, hey, who's prosecuting this case? Is it Latah County, or is it Latah County and all of the AGs? And she was arguing, basically saying, you guys have all a myriad of like resources. Okay. We have 3 attorneys. You guys have all of this, fancy equipment. We have nobody. And I think Hippler's right when he says, well, whose fault is that? If Ann Taylor was smart, she would have hired interns, or did the gag order prevent her from? You should be using sleuths. Fuck you. What do you want to know, man? But if you need people, go, then you have to put that request in through the other judicial judge who handles all of that. And there was none. If I felt like I was arrested on nothing, okay, I'm not waiving my right to a speedy trial. But most importantly, I'm definitely not pushing back a preliminary hearing 6 months. And think about it. If you can indict a ham sandwich, if you're Ann Taylor and you're like, holy shit, like, they didn't indict him through a grand jury. Like, they didn't think that this could just get through a grand jury. Like, hello? Now, is Ann Taylor making okay, so let's talk about Richard Allen, for example. Does Richard Allen have causes for ineffective assistance of counsel for the advocacy that he got? I love that defense team, but absolutely do I think that there was ineffective assistance of counsel? Absolutely. Absolutely, like 1,000,000%. Dude, it is ineffective to go and hire a phone expert in August when trial starts in October. That's ineffective. It's ineffective to spend all of your time on the Odin shit and not building a reasonable defense case. I mean, don't get me wrong. Gall is a piece of shit, but how do you not hire a phone expert until August when you have trial October and you had the case since 2022 in November and you didn't go to trial until 2024? So 2 years. What? Like, again, love the defense team, but that's just when people can't. So also, how do you not know your case inside and out to the fact that that video existed with the van? I mean, don't even get me started. I will say this so I'm blue in the face. I don't care how good of an attorney you are. If you don't have the information, if you don't have the evidence, but it's there, you need a good team. You need researchers. Karen Reed had at her fingertips, like, I mean, Bryan Kohberger had the ability to have that, and Ann Taylor wasn't putting that in. Why? You need people to go through all of this surveillance cameras. You better have like 5, 6 people sitting in a room, all working together, especially if they're passing off surveillance footage, because you're watching vehicles. So you need multiple screens up to pass the cars back and forth to each other if you're really doing that. I mean, So, okay, back to May of 2024. Where are we at here? What was going on in the case? This is the road to the plea deal. Defendant's witness and exhibit list for the motion for change of venue. So we're getting to that, which is, I believe, in August. Okay. Motion to strike the death penalty. This comes on 9/5. This is when they filed all. This is when we were in Delphi. Okay. Motion to strike the death penalty. Motion to strike state's notice pursuant. Like, so all this work that you put in to have a clear record, I need to have it's important, Your Honor, that I need to make my record. Okay. I need to make the record. The record is really, really important for appeals purposes. So why would you ever recommend that your client sign something that gives them fuck your record now? Unless there's a way that you can still go about this. So they were doing all this shit to have this record. Order granting defendants a motion to change venue. That happened on 9/6. So that was September of 2024. According to Judge, as news of the tragedy broke, media outlets from around the country descended upon Moscow. As law enforcement investigated, news station, newspapers, and social media were flooded with stories and speculation about the homicides. Throughout the course of the investigation, the Moscow Police Department, in partnership with the University of Idaho, the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, and the Idaho State Police, held press briefings to answer questions and reassure the public with lies. Reassure them with lies. Awesome. Appropriately, the information released was limited to protect the integrity of the ongoing investigation. On December 30th, 2022, Kohberger was arrested. There was that gag order that was put in place. Because of the extensive media coverage from the onset of the homicides, a non-dissemination order was quickly put into place by stipulation of the parties January 3rd. It was to help protect Mr. Kohberger's right to a fair trial and an impartial jury. In additional efforts to help protect Kohberger's right to a fair trial, on November 17th, 2023, this court entered an order removing cameras from the courtroom. Since that time, the proceedings have been streamed via the court's YouTube channel. Despite the efforts by the parties and the court to protect the jury pool from being contaminated with prejudicial and false extensive media coverage by mainstream media sources such as newspaper, radio stations, and television news outlets. Yeah. Let's see. There have also been numerous television shows and quote-unquote documentaries produced about the homicides, and at least one book has already been published. Steve brings this up. What the hell is the University of Idaho doing? How does the University of Idaho write a book during and while they are under like okay. During this 20-page order, remember that one of Ann Taylor's witnesses was saying that the Latah County authority figures have publicly spoken about Kohberger's guilt in absolute terms. The former Moscow Police Department Chief James Fry, who was the police chief during the investigation into the homicides, publicly declared he had no doubts that the quote-unquote right guy had been arrested for the crimes. Now go back to what I was saying about, 30, 40 minutes ago. Why would Chief Fry go out and do interviews and think that would be appropriate if you are truly trying to keep the case in Moscow? Because they never were. They were pretending. They've been gaslighting these families since the beginning. And can you imagine going up, if you're a defendant, going up, Karen Reed going up against who she was going up against? They're lying, stealing, cheating at every turn. You don't fucking have a chance. You don't have a chance. You don't have a chance. After Kohberger's arrest, the University of Idaho president Scott Green stated publicly that the university community once again felt safe. Generally speaking, individuals are more likely to trust and believe authority figures, so these statements by Latah County authority figures are particularly impactful to the Latah County residents. Can you imagine writing up an order and you're like, I cannot believe Ashley Jennings and Bill Thompson just sat there and did nothing. Nothing in that hearing. Oh my God. Okay, moving on. So when they filed their motion to strike the death penalty, now we're going to talk about this. Let's say that Judge Hippler, okay, would have struck the death penalty at any point, or if Judge would have heard that before they ended up piecing out. What's the trajectory of how that changes the case if Hippler would have removed the death penalty due to the state doing X, Y, things? What do you think that there was a plea deal? And my answer to that has to be no. And it's really simple why. Why would you plead guilty to something and just death penalty is off the table? So the punishment is going to be the same if you try, even if you don't try, right? So would this have actually backfired for the state if Hippler would have ever taken the death penalty off the table? Because then this would have went forward in a trial. But really the state's over here like, we can't have this go because it's going to out us. It's going to out the FBI. It's going to out the state actors and what they truly did in this investigation. They want to keep the masses from seeing that. Okay. If the state truly cared about the victims, and if the state wants to prevent, if there's ways to prevent things in the future from this ever happening, wouldn't you be able to do that by, you would actually want to have a trial so that everything can be put out there? And that for students who are murdered in their home while going to bed, like that's where you should feel the safest, right? You shouldn't have to go to bed every night wondering if someone's going to come into your house and fucking stab you, shoot you, kill you, period. And the government's over here saying that they get to play, God in a sense, right? Judge and jury. That we were going for a death penalty this whole time, and then now all of a sudden you want to do this. And you want me to believe that it's to protect me in the letter that you wrote me? What are you talking about? If that was the case, you guys, you would have taken the death penalty off the table, or you would have never went forward with the death penalty, because you would have sat me down and you would have said, listen, we don't want to put you guys through. This is going to take a long time. Okay. We take the death penalty off the table, see if he takes this deal. We make it so that he can't, appeal. And you would do that right off the rip. And you would explain to the families, and you would explain, this means, there's stuff that doesn't have to come out. Bethany and Dylan don't have to be put through X, Y, and Z. The neighbors, the autopsies don't have to be blasted out there. The pictures, all the stuff. And he's going to rot in prison. So is Idaho all talk? Because this will be the second case where they're all talk, meaning in the Dan Moore case. How in the world does a judge award $15 million to in a civil suit when there's been no criminal trial? and knowing that somebody's rights were violated during that process. And I mean, that's Idaho, right? And then saying like, oh, well, if you go forward with this, then your own lawyers are telling you, if you go forward with this, who are public defenders, if you go forward with this civil case, they're going to arrest you for murder. That's what happened a couple months back. Then you get to this case. And so what I saw there is that you have your own attorneys working with state actors. And now in this case, I see like Idaho's just all talk. Idaho's just all talk. You guys say you're going to go, that Dan Moore fucking killed Brian Drake. Go arrest the man. Go arrest the man. You guys are liars. You guys are the biggest. Idaho is, what are they? The gem state. They are the gaslighting state. That needs to be their nickname. Idaho gaslighters. Okay, vandal strong, gaslighters. All those defense attorneys in Idaho literally are like this with the prosecution. All they do is do plea deals. Idaho is plea deal heaven. Plea deal heaven. Plea deals, plea deals, plea deals. It wasn't until this case when I actually really got to take a look. I even forgot Idaho was a state. I joke about it all the time. I've met some really awesome people that live there. And like, I mean, truly phenomenal. Phenomenal. They become good friends today. Idaho's like a state where you just like, you keep to yourself and you don't question law enforcement. You don't bother me, I don't bother you type of thing. I just learned a lot about Idaho. It's Pussville to me. All talk. All talk. And you don't realize the pipeline. It literally goes Canada, Mexico. Truly never sat down and looked at it in that way until the Idaho4 case. So as a citizen of the United States of America, I am disgusted with the fact that the state I think the best word to say, like Steve said it, who do these prosecutors think they are? Like, who do you think you are? They're full of shit. They're full of shit. They're full of shit. This is not for the victims. So after September 2024, the case goes on to Boise. Okay, Boise. And uh, 9/2024, those are the dates from the last sheet. Then this begins January 2nd, 2025, basically, and just before that. Hippler comes out strong. And remember, though, September 8th was the discovery deadline in this case. September 8th of 2024. You guys, how do we have a case that has a discovery deadline of September 8th, 2024? Then right thereafter, then you're going to start having your deadlines for your expert disclosures and stuff like that. The state wasn't making and meeting their disclosures. They did not meet their discovery deadlines. They did not meet their expert disclosure deadlines. In fact, they're putting in reports. Cyray's over here saying, Nick Balance, do you have an opinion? They waited until after so think about this. They waited until after the defense got their stuff in, got to see it all, and then they want to supplement their expert disclosures. And Judge is like, sure, yeah, nothing to see here. I'm sorry, Hippler. Hippler is saying, yeah, sure, sounds great. The only wins, think about how crazy this is. The only wins that the defense got or were getting were coming out of Latah County. Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right, Leanna. Those were all gifted wins. Latah County wanted Ann Taylor to succeed on those. Mark my words. Then you get to Boise and Judge Hippler, okay? You got let's just hypothetically say that Bryan Kohberger's guilty. And the defense team, let's say, knows that he's guilty. Do guilty people still have rights? And that's why lawyers take their oath and that they still have to defend people's rights, blah, blah, blah. Well, Bryan Kohberger was 100% his rights were violated. And they write up all of these. They do suppression. They do for the Franks. And then even after that, then they do their motion in limine. And you have a judge that had 1,000 pages of exhibits that literally walked him through how this whole thing went down. And he comes back and says, there's no evidence here that they relied on Ridge Road. That's the car. It's like, what are you talking about? The email's right there. That's the person you want to have. The judge has so much, any question that gets asked and the other opposing side says objection, yep. Sustain. That's who you want to go and have a trial with your life on the line. No, you don't. But why would Ann Taylor ever advise her client to take a plea deal if her client's rights have just been literally trampled all over for the past 2.5 years? Then you're going to go give the recommendation to your client to say, hey, either A, I know that you're innocent, or I believe that you're innocent, or but if you take this plea deal, like you're not, like you have all these avenues at an appeal. I cannot, in good faith, in good conscience, tell you to take a plea deal that that I don't think would be in the best interest of my client to take the plea deal. How could Ann Taylor truly tell her client to take a plea deal that wouldn't be in his best interest. She would have to truly believe that it was in his best interest. But the question is why do you believe that it is in his best interest? And wouldn't it matter, wouldn't the manifest the unjust if she's to say, because he's not going to get a fair trial? My client isn't going to get a fair trial. So therefore, I believe that it is in his best interest to take the deal so that he doesn't die. Ann Taylor has not been working with Bill Thompson. Definitely not. Okay. Again, how do you get to the point that you're taking a plea deal? How do you get to the point that the state's even offering a plea deal? Well, because the state has to cover their asses. And well, since the leaks didn't get this shit tossed, since Judge Hippler didn't, do anything to suppress anything, didn't issue us a Franks, everything's in play. Well, at this trial, the FBI is going to be outed. Nick Valance is going to be outed big time as a liar. And the people are not going to have faith in our government, right? We're going to have this, wow, look at you fucking assholes, right? We can't have that. Amen, Heather. I say it till I'm blue in the face. I said people's names should be John Doe and Jane Doe when you're up for, going to court, because you want to remove the person's name. This is about our rights, and there is everything wrong with this. Why does Steve Gonzalez want to go to trial so bad? Do you think it's because he wants to kill Bryan Kohberger? Do you think it's because he wants I want everything to come out? I want, why would he be so irate over this? If the person that killed his daughter and his daughter's best friend and their friends and someone, this guy's never going to see the light of day. He's never going to be able to hurt anybody else. He's going to plead guilty. Why would Steve be irate over it? And only Steve could answer that. I'll tell you, if I was in Steve's shoes, why I would be irate. Because my kid deserves more. As a parent, you'd have personal feeling about that. You told me to trust you. And then here at the 11th hour, you told me not to do certain things. Hey, we're going to do all these things because, we're going to get him. We're going to hold them accountable to the, we don't fucking put up with this in Idaho. We're going to fucking da-da-da. Okay. Yes. And then you do this. Wouldn't you say immediately, this, then it's all bullshit and I don't trust any of it? What if Steve, because he's opposed to this plea deal and he's going to ask the judge not to take the plea deal. What if Steve just literally comes out and sprays the judge with everything that he knows. Why did Steve tell Ashley Banfield that as soon as Judge Hippler said that we're going to be looking into this leak and we're going to have a special prosecutor and investigate it, it was like, he says, it's his words, that it went off the rails to, get this case done and over with, plea deal. Why? About some stupid Dateline leak? Why would the government be so scared of stupid? You guys read Hippler's order, right? Hippler's basically saying, we may never know about the leak. We may never know who did it. And shit, if it's the FBI, what are we going to do? I read Hippler's order and I did not think that. I looked at that and I was like, okay, well, and Taylor's saying how she wants to use it to basically go at the credibility of why would the state ever do that, she's not going to be able to use it because there may not be a resolution and we're not going to be held hostage to the Dateline leak and basically that it's not important. Versus Judge Hippler saying, yeah, you want to know what? I'm about checks and balances and you guys aren't going to fucking do this. Okay. And I am going to take the death penalty off the table. Okay. I want you guys to just focus on the trial. We're going forward. The death penalty is off the table. The trial is moving forward. Do you think that, what would then happen? A trial? Or would it be like, because what can you possibly plea to after that? Do you guys think that Bryan Kohberger told Ann Taylor that he did it? If you think for a second that Ann Taylor ever asked Bryan Kohberger if he did it, because my money's on the fact that she never even asked that question. So do you think that Bryan Kohberger called up Ann Taylor and was like, hey, do you think that you can come down to Boise because I want to talk to you about some stuff? 2.5 years later, I just have I have a change of heart and I want to just tell the truth now. And I want to plead guilty to killing 4 students. But I'm not going to say why or why them or anything like that. I'm just going to plead guilty to the 4 counts and I'll waive my right to, if you can go ahead and make this happen, if the death penalty comes off the table. Because my mom will be able to sleep better at night. If anybody out there thinks that that's what happened, they are fucking naive as ball sack. If people think that Bryan was trying to get away with the perfect murder, like they've been saying this whole time, then why would you do this? There's only a couple of things that make sense as to why his family all of a sudden would be, if Ann Taylor was never actively pursuing plea deals, right, from the inception of this case, then why now? Well, Ann Taylor kept on telling the world that she wasn't prepared. She's not ready to go to trial. She's not prepared. She's not prepared. She's not prepared. Doesn't that sound like ineffective assistance of counsel to you? If we were to go forward. So if Bryan takes a plea deal based off of somebody who is representing him, that's basically saying, I'm not prepared. It would be ineffective if I represent you. What if Ann Taylor just withdrew from the case? Because she's like, I can't go tell that boy to go take a plea deal. Okay. But by doing it, I'm saving his life. Yeah, it's like it's an oxymoron. Like, I'm sitting here saying all these things, this whole record that I've created shows how there was prosecutorial misconduct, how his rights were violated left and right. There should have been a Franks hearing because that probable cause is all lies. Okay. You have all of these things that you were putting all together, and trust me, it's all there to then do all of this stuff for your client and then advise him to take a plea deal because, hey, it's going to save your life. And then what if Bryan was like, well, what do you mean? If I didn't do this and we can win, Ann Taylor would have to be saying stuff to him like, I don't think that we can win. I mean, think about how that conversation would go. Again, there are ways to appeal, even if he was to take the plea deal. Ineffective assistance of counsel is one of them. But they ask you things, but there's also a way that you can withdraw a plea of guilty, and that is to correct the manifestive injustice. The court may set aside the judgment of conviction after sentence and may permit the defendant to withdraw a plea of guilty. This is Idaho Criminal Rule 33C. Also, like tomorrow, let's say he says, I'm going to take this plea deal. He has all the way up until the actual sentencing to withdraw that. Okay. And then the only way that after that, even if you are waiving your right to an appeal, there are still ways that you can appeal. There's basically two. Um, this. Okay. So I went back and listened to Cyre's testimony about when the state or the police did their FBI, when they were doing the drive tests, okay? And it's really, really relevant. And all the work that was done, nothing was done up and leading to getting the first search warrant, but it was the second search warrant. They said that they did all this stuff, but there's no time to do any of that stuff. That means it was already done, okay? Also, the drive test didn't include the crime scene and other important areas like, I don't know, the Pullman highway to get to Pullman from Moscow and from Pullman to Moscow. And you don't have any data in those areas. And those are like the most important. If there was ever a case, this would be the case that you would need that data. And then not to have any data at the crime scene, in that area. Who would ever, as a fully trained FBI CAS specialist, you would never do that, right? Woohoo! You would just never do that. But in this case, they did. Why? And it's because they knew what the results would be, right? You would never not do that. Why wouldn't you do that? How would you know not to do drive tests in that area? Because you already did it before. And it didn't come back because when the FBI did it themselves before they gave the name to Moscow. Plea deal, no plea deal. The past 2.5 years can't be erased. But it can if it doesn't come out in trial, because the only people that really truly know about the past 2.5 years are people that actually would like dug into it. But if you listen to mainstream media the whole time, you would think that there was nothing to see here, okay? And this is that's where my heart hurts. My heart hurts for not just only the victims, but we the people. Mainstream media did nobody favors here. Mainstream media made it possible for that plea deal to be like even an option, because if they would have actually done their jobs and not have hid and spun shit, then the truth would be known by the masses, and it wouldn't have to be waiting until a trial to get the truth out. Okay. So mainstream media literally is to blame for their coverage of this case on why this would end up in a plea deal at the last minute. Because if mainstream media does not cover the case so biasly and dry hump literally the government at every chance and blatantly lie or hide to show the two-way, okay, that, I mean, how could you watch independent journalist channels and then go watch something like Court TV the other day and they're out there telling that that's the prosecution witnesses that were in PA? So now you go back to the beginning of all of this, and the narrative was pumped that Bryan Kohberger was so guilty, versus the narrative should have been pumped that we got to keep our government, the checks and balances. That's what the media does. And if this would have been reported unbiasedly, this would never have ended up in a plea deal, because the state would have never been offering it, because the true information is already out to the masses. The state is offering it to keep it out of going to trial, because what's going to happen at trial? Oh, all the truth that was literally not reported on by mainstream media. Okay. That's why we're here. 1000%. And I get it. Steve's really happy about the coverage that, hey, thanks for keeping our, the kids' stories in the limelight and advocating and blah, blah, blah. But really, did they really do a solid? Our rights were violated in this case. Simple. Like not once, not twice, over and over and over and over. And then you had prosecutors, okay, lying. This happens in like so many cases. Take that PCA and spread it far and wide. Where's the proof? If Steve says he knows that he's guilty, the only thing I'd be pissed off about is why did you put us through this for 2.5 years if this is what you were going to do? Why would you do this if this is what you were going to do? Why would you put all of us through this for 2.5 years? Why would you put the citizens of Idaho through this for 2.5 years? Us as victims, and we have the why? What are you doing? How you cannot question something right here and right now? Then yeah, I don't just believe when someone says something to me. I'm not like, okay, awesome. If something does it, that doesn't seem, something seems off a little bit here. Seems like the state didn't want to be exposed, and that has nothing to do with his guilt or innocence. Okay, this has to do with the state protecting their own jobs. Can you imagine that? That's some luxury. That's luxury right there. If you think that you can just end a case, but then Bryan had to agree to it. And I just don't know how Bryan would ever be advised to take the plea deal. Mathis has to be like puking her face off. So where are we at here? January 2025. Where are we? And they're doing, again, still request for discovery, notice of filing list of stipulated exhibits for motion to suppress and motion for Frank's hearing. Remember, this is when all this is going on. January, February 2024. 2025. Judge let in hearsay, a lot of it during the grand jury proceedings. And the defense is over here like, just because he saw it that way, we're giving you a way more complete picture. That's not what was given to Judge. If Judge had a complete picture that we're providing you with over here, Judge Hippler, would Judge make the same call? Dude, the university was about to go through, this trial, 3 months. 3 months. You guys know when you're dating somebody and you say you're breaking up with them, you deserve better, and I'm breaking up with you because it's not you, it's me. You deserve so much better. Meanwhile, you have somebody waiting in the wings, and you're just lying to that person on why you broke up with them. That you don't deserve them. They're so great. Yeah, that's the state right now, breaking up with the families. I feel like you're doing this for them, but really you're not. Let's take a look at Dina. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome, new member. Member for 3 months. What is it? Ellen Pellin. Love it. Love it. Norway. Hell yeah. Ellen Pellin. Moonvale. Waiting to see the proof of Bryan accepting plea deal. Yeah. Well, Bryan's notorious to stand in silence. So maybe when Hitler's going to be asking him these questions, he's just going to stand there like this in silence. Then what happens? What is up, Karen? Hello, Lana, my firecracker mods, and all TNT family. I'm late, but had a great short break. Hell yeah. Everybody needs a break. Ellen Pellin, I don't believe it before actual plea accepted. Yeah. What this episode is more for me is how did you get to this point? You know, what's the road that led you to the plea deal? What's the road that led to this plea deal at the 11th hour? And when Josh Hurwitz was just arguing a motion a couple days ago, an oral argument against Ann Taylor's motion for the continuation. Okay. They literally were just arguing this in court. And Anne was labeled as having, what was it? Let's just look at it really quick. I'm over here arguing third-party culprits. I had the balls. Listen to this. I had the balls to talk about third-party culprits if I'm Ann Taylor. Okay. And then I advise my client to take a plea deal. No, you don't do those things. These are all oxymorons. Like, that's not normal. Lana, I said the same thing to T about that, accusing 4 others, then turning around to plead guilty. What's up, Suthi? Hope you're well, baby doll. Baby doll. Are you busy at work? If not, I'd like to, why don't you pop up and I'd like to ask you a couple questions. Anne has been a nervous wreck the last few months. It's been obvious things were off for a while now, says Heather. I would agree with that. And I think for me, it's been more frustration I've seen. I mean, the sky could be blue and Ann Taylor saying it's blue and Hitler's going to just, go opposite. So let me read you guys something though. Let's be honest, lawyers have egos, right? Okay. Well, when Hitler says, and calls out the defendant's continual references to the number of terabits of discovery produced in this case is not helpful without providing a meaningful explanation of what that data primarily consists of and its particularly relevance and importance. Indeed, as was discussed at the April 9th, 2025 hearing in this case, it appears that most of those terabits consist of extensive video surveillance from local businesses and residents that show nothing of significance. In fact, the state indicated at that hearing that much of that discovery is completely irrelevant. and stipulated that it is unaware of any Brady material. How about this? That means if you're stipulating to that, you're telling the defense that, meaning if you were to find later on that there would be, like, those are grounds for you to, like, that's not a good faith statement. You'd have grounds for an appeal under that. You'd write up all this shit. But if you truly thought that your client was getting hosed this whole entire time, which I believe that he was, has nothing to do with innocence or guilt. I'm saying the process, if you or I or our loved ones were in that man's shoes, okay, there's no way that you would be saying that he's getting a fair shake in our criminal justice system. He's not. They are lying. They've lied. We've caught them lying about very material relevant things. You don't have that white car coming in or leaving Moscow. That's a big part of the means to carry out the crime. That's an element of this crime that you have to prove if you're the state beyond a reasonable doubt. They don't have him coming in or leaving Moscow. Not just, when I say him, I'm talking about that car. That car that they're saying that he's in. Given that the state has identified all its trial exhibits, the defense cannot be unaware of all of the incriminating evidence in the discovery. It's like Hitler saying, listen, you guys have already had to turn in your exhibits. So here's what the state is going to be using as straight up exhibits. Okay. Finally, it should be noted that it was the defendant who early on demanded that the state provided all investigative materials, no matter how irrelevant or unhelpful. The only discovery counsel claims that have not fully been reviewed are of all the thousands of tips provided to law enforcement. She argues these tips may lead to the discovery of evidence of an alternate perpetrator. That's a horrible argument because, again, like they did in the Richard Allen case, why are you, like, you need to be defending this case reasonable doubt. The deadline for presenting alternate perpetrator evidence has come and gone with no motion by the defense to extend it. Think about that. Think about when he's writing this up. Ann Taylor, this is ineffective assistance of counsel, you guys. And I have to ask myself, how smart do I think Ann Taylor is? I think she's extremely, extremely intelligent. And let me tell you something. If I believe in someone's innocent and I'm smart and I'm willing to, like, Ann Taylor didn't do things that other people that are lawyers that would be reasonably to say that, yeah, what the heck? Like, that's what that threshold is. What a reasonable attorney would do and not do. And if you go and you read these orders from Hitler, you would think that Ann Taylor is the most ridiculously, like, that she's bad. That she's bad. And so Bryan would be able to use that. And that's how you get out of, so think about this. If Ann Taylor's like, listen, if you take a plea deal, you even though it says you can't appeal, you still can off of ineffective assistance of counsel. Okay? You can still appeal off of ineffective assistance of counsel. In turn, it buys you time. Because I think all of Hitler's orders actually support for Bryan Kohberger's ineffective assistance of counsel. I think the biggest ineffective assistance of counsel in this case, though, is why would you ever set a preliminary hearing 6 months down the road? You never would. You never would. And that changed the whole course of this entire case. There should have been a preliminary hearing, 10 or 14 days, and Hepler goes on to say that where was I? Further, to offer alternate perpetrator evidence, defendant needs far more than an unsubstantiated hearsay tip that other person could have committed the crime. Well, it wouldn't be like that, because from the tip, then you're inquiring and you're. If you were to go through the tips, though, I would think that you're going through the tips to show not even just the third party culprits, but you're going to go through the tips to show what the police didn't do when these tips were coming in. The only tip that you went with, think about this. If the jury is going to hear that Bryan Kohberger was tipped in, then you have to believe that Ann Taylor's huge push with the jury during this trial would be, okay, so you got a random tip from to investigate Bryan Kohberger, right? How does that tip outweigh any of these other tips that you haven't even gotten to yet? So that's the route that you would go. And I'm not looking through the tips. But now we also know how Hepler works. He likes to just put what he thinks their things are for versus that's not how Anne argued it or what was written up. But the tips would be to show, and you would have to know them pretty well to put in your line of questioning to say, okay, well, you had 10,000 tips before that came in. Did you talk to so-and-so? No. Did you talk to this person? No. Did you talk to this person? No. So magical tip, 10,640. Yep, let's go with that one. It doesn't make sense that wouldn't make sense to me as a juror. Okay, that just wouldn't make sense. Would it make, I don't know, maybe I'm not your average juror, but would that make sense to an average person as to why in the world would that be the one? And then why are you going and digging through his trash? Were you digging through anybody else's trash? No. Also, is it ineffective for Ann Taylor and her team to stipulate to say, okay, we were all pushing for the IGG for us to be able to be used, for us to out the fact that there was no integrity with any of the players, that, how Karen Reed and how Richard Allen should have been, and Karen Reed did a really good job of it. You have nothing here. In your police, what the hell's going on here? There's no investigation. What the hell's everybody doing? I want to know how this trial was going to take 3 months. How is this trial going to take so long? I don't think either one of these two people were ready and prepared to go to trial. At the hearing on defendant's motion to strike the death penalty based on his counsel's alleged inability to process discovery, the court suggested several options counsel had to obtain assistance in discovery review. There is no evidence that defense counsel has exercised any of these options, nor has there been any good explanation of why counsel had not sought additional resources to process and review discovery, such as the tips and security videos. The failure to do so suggests a recognition that this discovery was extremely unlikely to bear fruit. Do you understand that this is a recipe? So did Ann Taylor purposely throw the end of the case so that Bryan Kohberger could appeal this through ineffective assistance of counsel? I mean, what? No, I mean, a lawyer can't do that. But how about Ann Taylor taking on another death penalty case? How can Bryan Kohberger use that against Ann Taylor for ineffective assistance of counsel? Dude, literally the orders that Hitler put out, they are, here you go, Bryan, argue ineffective assistance of counsel. And so, and what I mean, how you would argue it is that, well, Bryan agreed to it. Bryan agreed to this plea deal. Yeah, under whose tutelage? Ann Taylor's. Ann Taylor advised him to take the deal. The same person that was doing all this stuff, that's who I believed in. And it was ineffective. Why would I ever take that deal? That's why Bryan Kohberger is not going to say shit. Bryan Kohberger is going, if he does plead guilty, he is going to say, yes, yes, yes. He's not going to speak other than to have to say whatever. Yep, when he's asked a question by Hitler, this is on your free will, blah, blah, blah. Yep. Okay, yep. So do you, yep, yes, yes, yes. Do you wish to say anything? And then you would stand there. And the state is lying when they're telling the families in a letter that this is going to end their post conviction and this dragging out for years. You guys, do you want to know what case keeps popping up how many years later? And people are still talking about it. And like when things are done in this fashion, this is what keeps stuff being able to be talked about. And I think that it should. There's going to be content to talk about for a very, very long time. Very, very long time. Why was Scott Peterson's case and trial not televised? Back in the day, why wouldn't that have been televised? I'm just curious. Put a 1 in chat if you think that Ann Taylor has done looking back at all of this. Put a 1 in chat if you think that there's avenues for ineffective assistance of counsel. I'm just curious to see what the chat thinks. What's up, Birdie? How you doing, buddy? 4. I have a question about Ann Taylor being just able to ask whoever to be like these researchers for her. With there being a gag order, with the discovery can't be just tossed out to whoever. I think Ann Taylor has an argument there. Like who's supposed to just come in and I'm supposed to explain here, just start going through like, what do you mean go through things? How would they even know what's important and what's relevant if they don't know the case? So I think that there's something to be said about that. And I think that would have required Ann to address that, like, hey, we need a ton more researchers on this case. So, and they need to have access to the discovery. Because when people say, oh, Lana, what can I do to help you dude, I can't sit here and spend a week telling you everything that I know up to that point and then saying, okay, so now I need you to do this. Well, I just wasted a whole week getting you up to speed. And I can't just do that for one person. I would need like, hey, I'm going to explain this to like, if I did it to like 10 people, maybe then it would be worth my time because then I'm going to have 10 people on it. So it is worth me giving up 1 week to bring 10 people up to speed. I mean, looking back at all this stuff, whew. Relevant here too is the fact that defense counsel did not argue for a continuance as an alternative remedy to defendant's attempt to strike the death penalty because of counsel's alleged inability to get through the discovery. Defendant's attempt to strike the death penalty because of counsel's alleged inability to go through the discovery. Sorry. This highlights that his claims regarding the volume of discovery were used as a tactical sword, untethered to a seriously legitimate concern about the ability to be prepared. Do you understand what that last sentence, like, dude, if people were saying that about my lawyer, I'd be like, what the fuck, bro? Man, you're walking me right to my fucking death. You know what I mean? Like, Hitler, defendant has not established a continuance as necessary to conduct a more thorough life history investigation. Remember, I was saying this the other day. I was like, I don't understand why so much time is going into, you know, all this mitigating stuff. If you have a mitigating team, like, isn't that what they're supposed to be doing? And you're going to be working on like defending at the guilt phase, you know? But it brings me up to, and we're just going to have to put this out there, that when Antar uncovered these red flags, okay, the only reason that a family would be, think about what you do as a parent, okay? Not only do you have, let's say, one kid, but you have three kids, and then you have, you know, your mom then, or your you know your sister or your brother, but you have your kids, and who do you always go to protect? Your kids, right? You're gonna do whatever for them. Well, the Kohbergers just don't have Bryan Kohberger as a child, okay? And in Anne's latest filing with all those redactions and talk about those red flags, again, this is just my opinion. I have no idea if this is true, but the way it came across to me is that Ann Taylor saying that they uncovered things that were red flags, and whatever this new specialist is saying happened to Bryan, it's going down the path of, was he molested? Was he, you know, what happened that is now just possibly sprouting up right before this deal would be happening. It's put on paper. And what I mean by that is, I'll show you. Let me share a different page. Defendant, I'll make this a little bit bigger. Okay. This was the latest, one of his latest orders. I thought he didn't do it. No, my position has always been at this channel is I have no idea if he did or not. We have our rights, and you are cloaked in innocence. They have to prove that you did it. And the mainstream media made it possible for this plea deal to happen. Them's the facts. I have no idea if Bryan Kohberger did or not. I've always fucking said that. But regardless of guilt or innocence, our rights have been violated. And if you're too stupid to fucking see that, then I guess I'm just reminded daily on why I'm thankful that I had two non-stupid fucking dumb parents who had sex with each other to produce me. And that's why I asked, will people that are dumb stop procreating? Thank you. Let me ask you guys a question. When have you ever seen my name show up in chats on live streams where I don't fancy that creator or that topic or that genre? Like, when have you ever seen me in I'm gonna go, I have no time on my hands, but I'm gonna go spend my time, and that says so much more about you than it will ever tell about me. Like, holy shit, how embarrassing. I would never come and give somebody my precious time who I thought was a complete fucking idiot. Like, yep. I mean, and that just shows that, wow, who raised you? Because you learn that early on, that time is the most precious thing you have on earth, and nobody gets my time. You got to be, whoop. You must think that little of yourself that you give me your time. Okay. I enjoy a good roast every now and again. I have no problem telling someone that they're fucking stupid and your argument is baseless. So going back to this red flag, or flags, despite having hired a mitigating team 2 years ago, defense counsel contends that recently discovered blank have raised red flags. That defendant may have all this, period. According to defendant's primary mitigating investigator, attorney blank, her team of 4 have been diligent in their investigation into defendant's life history. I think it's always a bad sign when your lead investigator is an attorney. They're just not the type of thinkers that I would want investigating my shit. I need, but there have been blank. She believes that with time, she will be able to overcome these barriers by blank. So again, it's my personal opinion that either you believe that Ann Taylor is in her mitigating team is lying about this, or they're bringing to the forefront a very, very hands-off topic that you as a parent, okay, and a protector of not just only Bryan as you have other kids to protect everybody. Like, do you think that you're going to try to use something that would traumatize my other kids again? Or, yeah, we tried to suppress the fact that we did nothing when my son said he was being, I don't know, fondled by the priest. I'm just trying to show you guys. I mean, what is this? What is this new person possibly found? something Bryan doesn't want to come out to protect his family, or that his family doesn't want it to come out because they're trying to protect the two other kids in their house that didn't do and aren't being accused of something. Like, now we get to be drugged back through this, and I had to have therapy about, and whatever. That's what it seems like to me with this. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a fan of it. I think it's absolutely ridiculous, and it tells me that you're mitigating investigator and whoever the hell you had for 2 years. How do you just find this now? You guys must suck. That's how I feel. Maybe my standards are just way too high, but like, I just expect, dude. My expectations are high, I guess. I just would never stand. This person would never be part of my research team. I would ask, how is this just coming out now? Explain that to me. And if they said, Bryan never mentioned it before, he finally is. I don't know. Like, you'd have to ask Bryan why he didn't bring it up, Defendant has not demonstrated a continuance to accommodate further investigation is constitutionally required. Like, I just think this is stupid. I would have been hammering the Dateline issues. I'd have been hammering how law enforcement has just done whatever the fuck they've wanted in this entire case, from before there was an arrest, after, during, and now going into trial. And the same thing with the prosecutors. And that if I've poured my whole heart and soul as a lawyer into something like this for 2.5 years, I'd be ready. It's not Anne's job to solve the case. It's Anne's job to defend her client's rights and to have a good, sound, strategic strategy at trial. Your trial strategy. That's what I always ask Dan Moore. Dan, what's your trial strategy for this? And I get if you can't tell me, and that's confidential, client attorney privilege. But I'm asking you this because I want you to ask yourself it. What's our trial strategy? And if you don't know your trial strategy, that's a fucking problem. And you have trial in a couple months, that's a problem. And it's not a you problem. It's a I think as a client, you have a right to know what your trial strategy is. And that you would want to be involved in your trial strategy because it's your case. You would know it better than anybody else. You've lived it. You've lived it. But we're just gonna, this is so weird. This part here is just so weird. Just bad. But yeah, how are you arguing alternative perpetrators? Look at this. Hold on. Literally just a week ago. I'm gonna pull up this next one. On 6/27, on 6/30, order sealing second notice of filing defendant additions / objections to the juror questionnaire. That was just uploaded on June 30th. They just oral argued third party. And again, remember, you guys have to stick with your professional codes. You can't, your oath. You just can't just do whatever. As a lawyer, you just can't just do whatever. The state was adamant about, hey, we're not allowing the defendant to have this, the third party. alternate perpetrators. So so Meister is your threshold and your standard. And then here, like Masses and them, they're doing great research because they're saying, hey, guess what? Chambers versus Mississippi, there's another case out there where the defendant contends, however, that under Chambers versus Mississippi, hearsay tending to establish third-party culpability may be admissible. Look at all this. Look at all this shit. Here, the evidence defendant has offered purporting to establish the 4 individuals as alternate perpetrators, namely, the evidence is entirely irrelevant. Now, I don't believe Hitler. Trust me, he's a gaslighter. Entirely irrelevant. Like, I would tell Hitler to sit and spin on that, because unless I get to actually see what Ann Taylor wrote up, you know, I don't care. Like, that's meritless to me, him saying that. Nothing links these individuals to the homicides or otherwise gives rise to a reasonable inference that they committed the crime. Indeed, it would take nothing short of rank speculation by the jury to make such a finding. 3 of the individuals were each socially connected to one or more of the victims, interacted with one or more of the victims at social events. I mean, they just were accusing other people of doing this crime. And then you're going to say, take a plea deal? I would ask, if that was my attorney, I would ask them if they have multiple personality. Do you suffer from multiple personality? What are you talking about? Take a plea deal. You're over here telling me that you believe in my innocence. I've never given a confession. I've never wavered on anything. Okay. So think about that. And then, so my lawyer puts all this shit in, and then the next conversation we're having is, hey, I got a plea deal for you. What? Can you go get my attorney? Who are you? That seems like some bipolar type shit, man. I would just be so confused as sitting in a jail wondering why my lawyer is telling me about a plea deal and advising me to take it. Or did Ann Taylor say, hey, it's my job, I have to bring you like this plea deal, but my advice is to not take it, you know? My advice is to not take it. And he's going against her advice, you know? That's an option. I mean, that's a possibility that she advised him not to take it, and he's like, I'm going to take it. Well, normally people have them sign stuff to say, okay, well, I want you to sign off because you're going against my recommendation. What was it? That's what Dan Moore's attorneys wanted him to sign because he wanted to fight. He wanted to fight. And those Coeur d'Alene special folks over there at the public defenders, woo! Actually, I think she's private, but she also takes on public defender cases. That just means you don't make enough money that you need to take on cases like that. And then you're just a plea dealing hoe. Well, you're going to have to sign here because you're going against the advice of us if you fight. You just told me that you interviewed somebody that you did not. You just lied to me. And yet you want me to sign something that says, I told you to go to interview Aldora Gatchel. You said that you sent the investigator to do that. Then you lied to me about the results of a never existing interview. And it's all recorded. And now you want me to sign on the dotted line saying I'm going against counsel's recommendation, which is to default judge, to do a default judgment? What? This is Idaho, man. This is Idaho. Why the fuck did you take on the case 6 months ago and take all my money? There's nothing that changed 6 months ago from right now, except you told me to take a deposition. That was your advice. Your stellar fucking shitty advice. Lana's advice was, I would never take a deposition. Pull our counterclaim. I'm not taking the deposition. And we're going to debunk all her shit with her civil case. I'm not speaking. I don't need to speak. The police lied, and you can prove it. Now I need to subpoena my own attorney because she's lying to me. What defense attorney lies to you? What civil and then who as a criminal defense attorney takes on a civil case? You've never done civil law in your life. And you're going to come in a high profile civil case that's basically like a criminal case because you just like literally financially raped and knew that you were never going to do anything. And then I hand you everything on a silver platter. Here's everything. Put it all in order for you. Gave you every question to ask every single person. Go depose the fuck out of these people. And Eldora's vehicle leaves before the white truck gets there, showing that Eldora could not have known about a white truck after she supposedly left in a Pilot unless she didn't leave in that one. And then I found the second vehicle and I said, oh, there's her niece. Oh, and I found the interview of the guy that was in the chiropractor room that was coming out. And in his interview with police, he said, oh yeah, when I was leaving, there was like an SUV that had come and the girl that was driving the SUV looked like it could be the daughter of the Hawaiian woman that was in there playing with the ukulele. And the Hawaiian woman is Eldora. And the Hawaiian woman, Eldora, just picked up her niece from the airport right before that appointment. They took 2 vehicles there. Eldora lied and said that she left her niece at home because she had a headache, because she was sick. It's all fucking lies. I give this to the attorneys on a platter. They buried it. Because come to find out, Dana, oh, she's married to a cop in Post Falls. What? The day I would ever have an attorney who's married to a cop shoot me in the fucking head, and especially if it was in Idaho. Oh my God. How do attorneys and cops ever even get married? Talk about a conflict right there. Imagine those dinner table conversations. The same people that reviewed surveillance footage in the Idaho4 case, Leslie Lehman, and that was collecting it, is the same person that did it in the Brian Drake, Dan Moore murder case. Wild. Thank you guys for all the views today. Yeah. Bicca Barlow comes on this case from out in Cali. Okay. Why? Why? I don't know. You guys, it should just be all about our rights. Okay. And why the government wants to offer a sick fuck, according to them, a plea deal. Why aren't the prosecutors doing their jobs? You guys think that you could milk this for 2.5 years, make all this money and run up these bills, only to then when it comes down to do your job, which is to prosecute and actually go through with your trial, and then hold this sick killer responsible, accountable. Here you go. You guys puss out. The government. Yeah. Do you know who the government is? Anybody that works for the government is the government. The government. The government. God, I swear people need to go back to school. Did anybody take government class in high school? How about home economics? Did you guys ever do like what do they teach you? What is it? Do you guys think that the hoodie guy was one of the 4 alternate perpetrators? I mean, how could they not, right? Anyways, looking back at this document, that all this redaction. So they lived within walking distance of the crime scene. Now, this is the logic of Hitler. Well, so the killer had a white car. No, that's the state's theory. So they lived within the walking distance of the crime scene and were familiar with the layout of the homes, saying that's really important because they had been there, prior social events. Well, perhaps this evidence could suggest an opportunity to commit the crime. Opportunity, which no doubt is an opportunity shared by dozens of others in the victim's social circles. There is no compelling evidence that any of them had motive to kill the victims. I cannot believe that you wrote that in an order. The state, nobody will ever have to prove motive in a case. Like, how do you even have that argument when there is no motive for Bryan Kohberger that the state has? If it's true, and if they just started talking about a plea deal on Friday of last week, and then the two parties discussed a little bit of it over the weekend because it was just brought to the parents on Friday. Don't you think that that's really quick to even say that you're going to agree to it, unless the state put that this is on the table for 24 or 48 hours? Think about that. Like, why would I, say that I got, you bring me an offer on Monday and I'm accepting an offer on Monday. I don't need any time to think about this. Like, okay, well, give me to the end of the week. Oh, no, the state said you have 24 hours to think about it. Well, then tell the state to go fuck themselves. Wouldn't Anti be like, listen, let's take some time and think about this. The defense didn't ask for the deal. That was corrected this morning. Lone Wolf helping you out there. So Ann Taylor goes, hey, I'm going to put in my third-party culpability. Oh, shit. Hippler says no. Oh, I'm going to go now and ask, hey, that means that Bryan Kohberger would have to tell Ann Taylor to do that. Hey, Ann, will you go ask the state if they want to offer me a deal? What? If they take the death penalty off? I mean, we already talked about this. Think about that conversation. Further, there is no evidence connecting them to the crime scene. They have each cooperated with law enforcement. Funny, Bryan didn't get a chance to cooperate. Just they provided DNA samples. Okay. We have to know about the mixes. Because it doesn't matter if they didn't. Just because it says they each provided DNA samples. Do you understand that the family in Kelsey and in the Richard Allen case, Delphi, do you know how many times supposedly the family gave their DNA up and that just was never tested, allegedly, supposedly, and then they had to get it right before trial again? So they have each cooperated with law enforcement, providing DNA samples, fingerprints, and allowing searches as requested. Notably, lab testing has excluded their DNA from samples taken from the crime scene and victims. But does that include mixes? Does that include ruling out that they could be? Or because if it's a mixture and it was never separated to know how many profiles or anything like that. So that would matter. The fourth individual did not know the victims. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Ann Taylor would have known this. So Ann Taylor has these third-party culprits that Ann Taylor knows and that their DNA isn't any of the unknowns. Why do you think that they did this? Why would Ann Taylor think that they're the third-party culprits? Just think if you're the defendant and Ann Taylor is bringing this to you, and you don't think that Bryan, or even put yourself in that situation, is going to say, wait, why do you think that they're the guilty? Well, we want to do some independent testing because we have these unknown samples. I don't know. I would just be sitting there saying, oh, well, there has to be something there, is my point. Ann Taylor and her team aren't just throwing 4 names up, right? And saying, hey, Bryan, we know that these people totally cooperated, okay? And we know that their DNA is it's not the unknown that's at the scene, but there has to be but we're just still gonna offer them up to the courts because what? No, I don't. I think that I think the leak was strategic, and you'd have to ask yourself before you would ever go about doing a leak, why wouldn't you just, if you had uncovered stuff, why wouldn't you offer him a plea deal back then before you're like, okay, here, well, let's just try to get this tossed by doing the leak? Because what do you think is gonna happen from that? Why the motives of why the leak happened matter? What would be the motives? Let's say, what's the motives if you're it's the state. So what would be your motive to leak it? If I either I'm getting paid, like I'm talking hella cash. Like I'm talking like you're gonna have to give me like $5 million to cover me for the rest of my life because officers are getting paid like I don't know $2, $3, $400,000 a year because they're working all this overtime. Why would I? What's the motive in the leak? It's the same way you have to ask yourself, what's the motive in the plea deal? Just because Bryan Kohberger would want one, let's even say that, okay, yeah, Bryan wanted one. The state would have laughed and been like, haha, yeah, right. Go fuck yourself. Right? People don't do anything for just no apparent reason. Oh, D-Line had that from a long time ago, and then D-Line was just like, you know what? Um, I'm just going to cause a huge shitstorm. The fourth individual. So hold on, hang tight for a second. Hold on. Now, the way that Hitler says this is the fourth person were they never tested? I think they were though. The fourth individual did not know the victims, but had a passing connection to one of them while noticing her. So obviously it's not Ethan. Her shopping at a store approximately 5 weeks prior to the homicides. Shopping at a store. So what? Grocery shopping. What? He followed. When we ever went grocery shopping in college, we never went by ourselves. We were always going with like the roommates. It just, especially if you can go like Costco and shit like that. Um, he followed her briefly out the exit of the store while considering approaching her to talk. He turned away before ever speaking to her. The event was captured on a surveillance camera. How is that even still available? How is that even still available? Usually surveillance cameras 30 days, so how would that even be still available? That's my question. And then how did that even come out? Like, this individual subsequently cooperated with law enforcement, providing his phone number and a DNA sample. As with the other alleged alternative perpetrators, lab reports excluded his DNA from the samples taken from the crime scene and victims, and there is no evidence connecting him to the crime scene. And I just have a weird feeling that that fourth person doesn't live in Moscow. The fact that these individuals lived within walking distance to the crime scene, do all of them, is not probative evidence given that the perpetrator drove a vehicle. Wow. Further, None of these individuals drove a vehicle matching the description of the suspected killers. That doesn't matter. That's like saying Brian Albert and Brian Higgins cannot be third-party culprits because they don't drive a Lexus and their taillight wasn't at the scene. Excuse me? That's what that, to me, is equivalent. You guys can tell me if I'm wrong. If you think that that's not, you know. I don't think that John was hit by a car, though. Like, even Bev didn't say something as egregious as that the statement. That is absolutely wild. Collectively, defendant's proffer with regard to these four individuals fails to give rise to even an inference that they committed the crimes or otherwise make it more or less likely that the defendant was the perpetrator. Therefore, it is irrelevant under IRE 401. Defendant has provided no probative, admissible, significant evidence of motive. How is that the first thing? How is that the first thing? Motive. Motive. They don't have the motive. That's not an element. You don't have the state doesn't have to prove motive, but the defendant does. Ill feelings. Means. Disagree. And the reason that he's saying means is because you don't have a white card. That's the means. Presence at the scene or any other connection to the crime that could possibly move the ball to the extent it supports an alternate perpetrator theory. At best, defendant's offer of proof can give rise to only wild speculation that it is possible any of these four individuals could have committed the crimes. Well, Your Honor, maybe we would have more if they looked into all of these people's Amazon accounts too. Your Honor, we don't have things because Bryan Kohberger was the only person that they went and obtained anything about. Like, it's crazy. I think the defense looks like that they have multiple personality. Annie Potts thinks that the defense is insane and they better pull a rabbit out of their hat. Or something was turned over in the last discovery request. No, nothing was. Their exhibits were already in. That's how I know that that's not it. And she said, take the plea. I told everyone you were innocent. That goes against, that just doesn't make sense. That goes against the, what? let's talk about the wait, where is it? Going back to how do you get to this point? So the state's been just winning on everything. So think about this. The state hasn't lost like every single motion, okay? They win the Franks, meaning that they don't have to have one. Nothing suppressed. The motion limites, like everything is going the state's way, okay? Why would you ever, like, I could see the state saying, hey, we gave them a plea deal because they suppressed X, Y, and Z. And then they wanted the motion limited to da-da-da and da-da-da-da-da. Okay? The state made the deal, not Bryan. And what I mean by that is because the state has to offer the deal. They made the deal. It doesn't matter who actually would ever come first. If Bryan would have went to them, they go to Bryan. At the end of the day, the only way that you can accept a plea deal is if one is provided to you. And the only people that could provide you with a plea deal is the prosecution. The defense attorney doesn't come to you and say, hey, I'm providing you with this plea deal that I just made up and I'm going to go take it out of the state. They do it. The state. So why, if you're winning everything, you are crushing it? They're literally crushing it. The state is crushing it. They've won every motion basically under Hitler. Why would you even entertain a plea deal? Let's see how many smart people we have that have the ability to, type. There's only one answer that's even remotely. Why? Why would you offer a plea deal? You've won. You're like literally kicking the shit out of them, according to mainstream media and according to yourselves, according to the judge. Why would you ever, 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 ever? You're winning. You're winning. You're winning. You're crushing them. You're winning every motion. You have a judge that is that believes that this man's guilty. Why would you ever? Why would you do it? Well, Lana, if you were the prosecutor, why would you? Well, to protect. A plea deal was to protect what? None of the victims went to the state crying and saying, please offer him a plea deal, see if he takes it. You don't understand. This is going to ruin the rest of my life, or, no. The state was protecting the state. The government, okay? The government, which is any arms of it, the prosecution, the FBI, the police, the AG, anybody who worked on this case and who could be exposed, okay? You're a government employee. You have government benefits. Okay. You get a paycheck from who? You are a government employee. That's the government. You're an extension of the government. I work for the government. And now ask yourself, what could possibly be so bad? The university I would include in that. To me, the leak being exposed, like you have the media on your side, okay? So the leak, unless people gave statements that look really bad, I think it has to be more than just that. What if the actual trial would be the only place where Bryan Kohberger or any defendant in this situation is where it would take place, that on like a drop of a dime, with what would happen is that Bryan Kohberger would be able to move for a motion to dismiss with prejudice, just like how Aleshi did for Karen Reed. And they did that a couple different times, okay? It'd be the fear. It would be about that Bryan Kohberger's way out would actually be going through this trial, and then from things that would happen in the trial, this could actually be, for example, Nick Balance stating and testifying that he got the timing advance from Boyd Jackson, right? And Boyd Jackson's going to say when he gave them. And so what, this has all been lies. Prosecutorial misconduct. It would all come out. And we have a chance that we would actually that he's going to, could that mean that Kohberger would go free? Let's be honest. The best thing that would, I think, outcome for Bryan Kohberger would be a hung jury. You think 12 people are going to unanimously say not guilty? Or do you think that it'd be something where it's a hung jury because you can't get a couple of the people to go guilty versus we can't get a couple of people to go not guilty? So then, now think about this. If you're then Ann Taylor, what are you doing? Well, there's just no guarantees. What if the judge doesn't do it? The judge makes that call. You want me to go with the faith of the judge? And I'd be like, no, let him make the call that it's let's say that he doesn't throw it out. Let's say that let him make all of the calls we're going to be preserving this record so that I can appeal it to a higher court, Anne. That's what you've been doing for 2.5 years. Now all of a sudden you're telling me to take a plea deal? You guys, this is not logical. When you break it all down every which way, when you look at it from the state standpoint, it's not logical. When you look at it from the defense standpoint, it's not logical. And when things aren't logically, like, it's not logical. The gag order will be removed once the once this is a done deal, just like it would be removed once like the trial would be over. I think the biggest thing that should be the fishiest part about it all is how quickly it happened. There was no thought. Like, if this was just offered and it was accepted on the same day, that doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem right to me. Nothing's been that quick. This whole case. But the plea deal gets done in a couple hours, the agreement. And then at some point, so basically here, the parents were told that we offered Bryan Kohberger a plea deal. He accepted, and that's how it then gets out to the media, right? So what time was it that he released that? I think it was like 5:36 yesterday, 5:36 p.m. Well, that's Eastern Standard, okay? So 5:36 p.m. would be technically 2:36 Latah. So Steve said it was all vague on Friday, like, oh, this is what we're going to do, or it was really vague. Let me read it. I'll read it verbatim on what he said. I'm going to be ending this in the next 2 minutes too. And then I have to watch tons of body cam, so you can come back later if you want to watch body cam. He said,
we'll hear argument next today in case 17-1026, Garza versus Idaho. Mr. Ali?
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. In Flores-Ortega, a unanimous court held that where a defendant pleads guilty and instructs his trial counsel to notice an appeal, disregarding that instruction renders ineffective assistance in which prejudice is presumed. The court reached that conclusion even though pleading guilty waives the vast majority of claims that could be raised on appeal, and even though most defendants who plead guilty do not ultimately succeed in their direct appeal. The court correctly concluded that prejudice is presumed, both because a defendant's disregard for the instruction to notice an appeal forfeits the entire direct appeal, and because the attorney then usurps a fundamental decision that rests with the client alone.
Mr. Ali, will you just describe the relief that you seek? Am I right that what you're seeking is reinstatement of the right to appeal?
That's correct, Your Honor. I think that's a really critical point because it shows that what Mr. Garza is requesting here, what petitioner is requesting, is simply to restore the bargain that the parties struck before his trial counsel usurped his fundamental decision to appeal. So all he is seeking.
But what happens to the plea bargain? The plea bargain was conditioned on waiving the right to appeal. So I can see one argument that says all we're seeking is the right to appeal. We recognize that the plea bargain goes by the boards because it was conditioned on no appeal.
So no, that is not Mr. Garza's argument. The argument would be that the appeal would be reinstatement. All the parties before the court agree that even though Mr. Garza signed an appeal waiver, that certain fundamental claims survive that appeal waiver. So when the appeal is reinstated, the plea agreement will remain intact, the appeal waiver remain intact. To succeed on an issue that is waived, Mr. Garza would have to, and we think he actually has a colorable claim in this record that his appeal waiver was involuntary. And so all he is seeking to do, maybe this is the better way to describe this. Consider two similarly situated defendants, okay? Both sign a plea agreement, both plea agreements contain an appeal waiver, both defendants instruct their counsel to go ahead and to notice an appeal. In the first defendant situation, counsel follows that client's autonomous choice. He files a notice of appeal. All parties before the court agree that an appeal will be perfected. He will be appointed counsel. He will get access to the record, which would be required to identify issues for appeal and make sure that the plea proceedings proceeded in a way that is lawful and legal and that the plea is valid. And then there will be judicial review, either of the merits of the claims raised, or if appellate counsel believes that there is no meritorious issues, the process in Anders will be followed and there will still be judicial review.
But he gets to keep this was a plea agreement that gave him fewer years than he could have been subjected to under the law. And so you say there was one judge who said he wants his cake and eat it too. That is, he keeps what's good about the plea bargain and discards what's not good. That is, no right to appeal.
Well, so Your Honor, I think a couple points in response. It's important to recognize that simply noticing an appeal, or in this case, reinstating an appeal, it's hard to see how that alone breaches the plea agreement. And so the way this happens in practice is that when an appeal waiver is signed, the government gains what is effectively an affirmative defense that it can raise on appeal. It can choose to raise it. It's not jurisdictional. It's not self-executing. The government chooses to raise it and satisfies the Court of Appeals that the issue that appellate counsel has actually raised on appeal is in fact within the appeal waiver. Then the government will succeed and there will be consequences potentially depending on what the plea agreement says the consequences should be. All of that is what we're saying this direct appeal is required.
And if it's determined, I thought this was the thrust of Justice Ginsburg's question. If it is ultimately determined that the appeal was in violation of the appeal waiver, then the plea bargain has been broken by the defendant.
That's correct, Your Honor, yes.
And it may be void.
That's right. And let me just make a...
What choice reaches the appeal waiver? In other words, you said it's not the notice. What is it?
It is raising an issue that is in fact within the scope of the appeal waiver. So everyone agrees, I believe that it was never disputed, that there are certain claims that survive. Those going to the validity of the plea and enforceability of the plea. There are certain constitutional limitations on the on circumstances in which the plea will or will not be enforced by a court of appeals. For instance, if the defendant is challenging the sentence was imposed on certain unconstitutional considerations. And then, of course, there are the issues that are outside the scope of the appeal waiver, which can be certainly raised by the defendant without any sort of consequence.
Are there any states?
What if the issue that the defendant wants to raise is clearly within the scope of the appeal waiver? He comes to the lawyer and says, I want to appeal because I'm not guilty. So in other words, I think, it was voluntary and all that. And it's not beyond the constitutional limits. So I want to appeal.
So, Your Honor, a few responses. I think the first response I have is clear in whose view. This court has always recognized that there's a role for the court in that sort of distinction. And that's always been a possibility, whether there's an appeal waiver, whether it's Flores-Ortega, and it's just a guilty plea. The guilty plea waives all non-jurisdictional claims. So that's always a possibility, and courts have dealt with that, for over 50 years under Anders, and it hasn't been a problem. And what it's provided is the protections that decision was all about, and has been applied by this court several times since. The second response I have
I think you're going a little too fast.
Okay.
Because I'm breaking that down.
Okay.
All right. defendant comes to you, you're a competent attorney, and it says, I want to appeal. What does a defense attorney generally do first? He consults, correct? He tells the client, this is what the law says. You have a waiver in here. You shouldn't appeal. You run the risk of breaching the agreement, and the government could go back and rescind the agreement and put you into jail for a lot longer. Do you really want to do this? Now, isn't the client the one who has the right to appeal? Isn't that what we've said for dozens of cases?
That's correct, Your Honor.
The attorney can decide what to appeal. And so if the client tells you appeal, you put in your notice of appeal. And if you don't think there's a viable issue, you file an Anders brief and you tell the court there isn't. The defendant then is invited to tell the court what it thinks, right? And then the court makes the decision, correct?
That's correct.
With the client deciding whether he wants to rescind the plea agreement. Nothing prohibits a defendant from rescinding a contract, correct?
That's right, Your Honor, although I don't think that our
Except for
argument is contingent on that this idea of an autonomous right to breach. I think that is correct, though. And
I understood that to be your position. You said you had two answers to my question.
Yeah.
What was the second one?
Sure, and Justice Sotomayor touched on them, but let me just repeat them. So in a slightly different way. So the second answer is what the defendant has identified as the issue matters, because a defendant doesn't make the decision what issues will be raised on appeal. He makes the decision whether his objective is to appeal. And so what we would say is that when a defendant articulates to his attorney, his agent, if you will, that his objective is to show that the plea proceedings that just took place were unlawful, the attorney has no place telling that defendant that he would prefer to just substitute his own view that the defendant go off, cede defeat, and go to prison. That is our position. And then that's why, as the court recognized in Jones v. Barnes, the person who makes the decisions as to what issues will be raised is the appellate attorney. And so it would be illogical to say that a defendant's right to appeal, as the United States argument argues here, turns on his ability to articulate certain issues. And remember, Your Honor, we're talking about the notice of appeal stage here. So the record typically hasn't been ordered here. It certainly wouldn't have been ordered in Idaho because that's triggered by the notice of appeal. So you're asking generally a defendant with limited education, his exposure to the legal system might be minutes, maybe hours, to potentially specify certain issues that might be in or outside the scope of his waiver. And then you're asking his agent to basically play judge and forfeit his appeal if he alone thinks that the words that came out of the defendant's mouth happen to fall within the waiver.
And I think your argument does ultimately depend on the proposition that the defendant has this categorical right based on autonomy to insist on an appeal.
I believe so.
And have an attorney perfect the appeal, file the notice of appeal, even if there is zero chance that the appeal will be found not to have been waived. I think, and maybe that's right, but I do think your argument depends on that. And I wonder how that is consistent with the way Flores-Ortega analyzed the question of whether the attorney was deficient in that situation. If there is such a right, then why wouldn't the attorney have the right to have the obligation to consult with the client and to tell the client that the client has that right? But instead, it went through a very complicated, fact-bound inquiry into whether what the attorney did, or called for such an inquiry into whether what the attorney did was deficient.
So I think there are two parts to your question. So first, as to whether our position is so let me answer it this way. Our position is that the determination of whether there are non-frivolous or meritorious decisions doesn't take place. It may take place in a preliminary fashion during the notice of appeal phase, but that's an issue for appellate counsel. And that risk, as I mentioned, that there would be no meritorious issue that is to be raised on appeal was, of course, present in Flores-Ortega as well. Mr. Flores-Ortega had waived all non-jurisdictional claims that he had. And so there was very much a possibility of that there as well. And to answer the second part of your question about what the court said in Flores-Ortega, the court specifically acknowledged there that pleading guilty substantially reduced the number of claims that Mr. Flores-Ortega could bring. And in the very next sentence, it acknowledged the possibility of what we have here. It said, that a defendant may also expressly waive some claims in addition to that. And the relevance that it recognizes, what we believe the relevance should be here, which is that the act of pleading guilty and of signing an appeal waiver represents an indication of finality, an interest in finality on the part of the defendant. And that's why few defendants will plead guilty, sign an appeal waiver, and then instruct their attorney to appeal in the first place. And on top of that, in addition to acting as an indication of finality on the part of the defendant, as the state and the United States acknowledge and in fact represent throughout their briefs, pleading guilty, signing an appeal waiver, and then having appellate counsel raise an issue that even might fall within the appeal waiver can have serious consequences for a defendant. And so it acts and has acted as a sort of natural check. And that's why there really is no evidence, or certainly we would have expected the United States to provide evidence to support its idea that there would be frivolous appeals, for instance, following
I think
from.
we have to understand the nature of the right that you're asserting. If I could just come back to the Chief Justice's question and perhaps embellish it a little. So you have a defendant who is an expert on plea bargains and plea waivers, knows everything about it. This is a highly intelligent, educated person, and signs a plea agreement waiving issue A. And then as soon as the defendant is sentenced, says to his attorney, I want to appeal issue A. And I think your answer has to be that that is the right of the defendant and the obligation of the attorney to carry out the client's wishes. Am I right?
I think that's right, Your Honor. I think it's a largely unrealistic scenario for
Mr.
most
Ali, what
defendants.
do you do with the jurisdictions that permit a defense attorney to tell the client, I don't see there's a meritorious issue, but I'm going to give you the instructions on how to file your own notice of appeal? There are other jurisdictions, I think the majority, who require the attorney to file the notice of appeal and then an Anders brief. But what do we do with those that say, when you're instructed by your client to file a notice of appeal and you can't do it because it's an ethical obligation, an ethical violation, you tell the client how to do it?
Right. So
is that enough for you?
Can I just clarify this particular record? Idaho does specifically provide that if a attorney withdraws before the notice of appeal is filed, that the defendant will be provided with new counsel. And of course, it was the very representation of the defendant here that prevented the defendant.
Harsh, what's up? You want a link? You want to come up here? You want to tell me what you think? Tell me how you're feeling? I don't even know what time. What time is it where you're at? Get over by that computer, damn it. I'm just eating. Maybe we should schedule a live after this hearing. I wanted you to get all up in here, JLR style, eat in front of us. We can do that. We can do that.
Under procedural rules from filing a notice of appeal himself. And so that's why we know it costed.
Yeah, the error here was the attorney did nothing and ignored claims to have done nothing.
That's right.
Ignored repeated inquiries about the appeal.
And of course, we agree that counsel should have a conversation with the defendant and say, we think, I believe I don't have the record yet. He should caveat it. I don't have the record yet. This is a preliminary assessment during the short window, but I think it's going to be very difficult for you to argue around your appeal waiver to raise this issue that Justice Alito was describing. But he should still perfect the appeal, because what we're asking the attorney to do is a ministerial task here once the defendant has a decision. And we know that the United States knows that better than anybody. Title II of the U.S. Attorney's Manual tells U.S. attorneys, line attorney, if you have not heard back from the Solicitor General's office, you may have recommended that there is no plausible ground for appealing in this case. But if you don't hear back from the appellate section or the Solicitor General's office, file that protective notice of appeal. And
What are the practical differences between the consequences of the position you're advocating and what would happen if you were to lose this case? If you win in the situation where the attorney thinks there's no non-frivolous claim to be raised on appeal after the plea waiver, the attorney, you say, will file an Anders brief, right?
That's right. So
Okay, that's one.
Okay, let's go about Anders brief. That's what I wanted to look up. Again, good afternoon, everybody. Hold on one second. Let's see something really quick. Again, the road to a plea deal, it truly doesn't make sense. The state is winning. The state is crushing them, supposedly, according to, mainstream media. The state is crushing it. Okay, crushing it. State is crushing it. Why would you ever not continue to crush it with a judge who has been giving you everything? It's very simple. That means there is a potential to legit, this case could be tossed. So that's my, it makes no sense. Makes no sense. And so you have to ask yourself, what did Josh Hurwitz uncover? That, holy shit, y'all, what the hell were you thinking, Jennings, Thompson, Balance? Whoa. This was like, they know, they have the nuts, like, and you guys knew this. It's because they will lose their case. That's why. But then now you have to put on the other foot, which would be like, why would Ann Taylor then tell her client to take the plea deal? So and I don't even think it would be like, why did Bryan Kohberger agree to it? Why would Ann Taylor be advising her client to take the plea deal? Because he has so many avenues of an appeal because of all the stuff that's gone on, because of the record that they've made. And that just doesn't seem right. We all know that innocent people take plea deals. That's why the Innocence Project exists. Okay. One of the reasons. When people didn't take plea deals and they used bad evidence against them and a jury convicted them. So here I want to play something and then I'm going to set my live for later. Well, let's go look at this. Okay, so all right, remember, just oral argued was the motion to continue. Well, you're out here. Oh.
flags that needed further investigation were noted. Nothing about those reports appeared to be incomplete, and the experts didn't say we are unable to reach the conclusions we need to reach for lack of investigation. So I think that is sort of proof in the pudding. We have a life history for the defendant. The defense has amassed significant materials. Ms. Taylor's argument sort of in the reverse order in which she raised the issues that she raised. I want to begin, though, by bringing us and the court back to what the standard is for this motion to continue as opposed to what might happen after a conviction with respect to ineffective assistance of counsel. Right now, the standard is whether denying a continuance. Right now, the continue. Ms. Taylor's argument sort of in the reverse order in which she raised the issues that she raised. I want to begin, though, by bringing us and the court back to what the standard is for this motion to continue as opposed to what might happen after a conviction with respect to ineffective assistance of counsel. Right now, the standard is whether denying a continuance would violate the defendant's rights by causing unfair prejudice. And that is an objective standard that the court has, and the court has discretion on all motions to continue, including a motion to continue in a case such as this that involves the death penalty. What the defendant and counsel are
June 18th, oral arguing to not continue this. You're not going to be removing the death penalty, judge, okay? And then they go ahead and do it. Are you guys kidding me? Like, this this is absolute craziness. This should tell you never to ever trust a judge or a lawyer. That they can just fucking
asking the court to do
farts in the wind, blow whichever way on this day, even though on that day I was saying this.
Is delay this trial because of their subjective, prospective beliefs about how an ineffective assistance of counsel evaluation would happen by an appeals court if there was a conviction. What this court should do is use it.
There's still going to be one. This should be showing us that, you know what? I'm now 50-50 on that. Don't expect, I think that we might get some fireworks tomorrow. Because if Ann Taylor can't effectively, like as she was saying, because she was asking for the continuance, I can't effectively represent my client. So literally Ann Taylor 2 weeks ago was saying she can't effectively represent her client unless this continuation happens. Then her client is taking a plea deal. Bryan Kohberger has a walking, I think that Judge Hitler needs to consider not to be accepting this plea deal, because I think you're giving Bryan Kohberger like an appeal. Because the same attorney that's just over here saying that she can't possibly effectively defend her client 2 weeks ago is now saying, hey, you need to take this plea deal. And so he's getting advice from somebody who cannot, by definition of herself, effectively represent him.
Discretion and look at the objective record. The record supports denying the motion based on what the defense has been doing, continues to do, and will continue to do through the mitigation phase until the penalty phase, including presenting mitigation evidence that the jury will ultimately decide about if there is a conviction. The lens that the court should look at is well stated, through which the court should look at this motion is well stated in some Idaho case law and others. If I can turn on the Elmo
Oh, hey, court, don't dismiss the death penalty. Okay, we're gonna do it for you in 2 weeks.
Reasonableness.
Okay.
And the record that is before the court, and I'll acknowledge we have not seen what specifics, if any, the defense has put forward.
Okay, the reason he says that we have that's the ex parte. I mean,
It puts us at the whim of the media. Every time there's a breaking story, every time there's a new book or a new documentary, are we going to continue the trial?
his argument's so bad on that. I mean, how do you defend the leak though? But Ann Taylor needed to be stronger with. It's not what she was even saying. It's what are we doing about it? So nothing's going to happen. So then why do we have a gag order?
Indefinitely. And that seems to be the danger in what the defense is asking for. We call it a perpetual continuance, and we haven't seen a proposal about when this trial could take place. If there's a continuance, what seems to be the strategy here is just to delay. And that leads me to, I think, the other point that Ms. Taylor raised, which was to say that this shouldn't be a surprise. It is a surprise to us that a motion to continue was made so late in the game. After, by the way, the trial date was used to oppose.
Well, we're over here just as surprised that you would ever then go ahead and oral argue your balls off. And I don't really consider him oral arguing anything off. This is horrible. No passion, just like, maybe he did just have to walk through the motions because he knew like in 2 weeks we're going to go ahead and offer, to take a plea deal. We'll take the death penalty off the table. Like, what a bunch of liars, man. They're just gaslighting, man. Off of the government, baby, doing it for your job.
An extension that we filed for with respect to our mental health expert. At that point, the defense said we can't possibly go down this road or give the government the state what it wants because of the trial date. Once that issue is resolved, then we get a motion to continue. So I think what we have seen from the defense is that they tried to use the mass amount of discovery to remove the death penalty from the table. When that failed, now we have a motion to continue. So I do think timing is relevant.
So basically, he's saying that this is not brought in good faith. Okay, and now here, taking what he's saying is that without. Oh shit!
In the last presidential election, Donald Trump won the state of North Carolina by just
what
over
did you
3
just
points.
do?
Now, to be clear, North Carolina has not gone for a Democrat since Barack Obama in 2008.
Less America. What is this shit?
Now we have a motion to continue. So I do think timing is relevant.
Basically, he's saying that this is not brought in good faith
With what
Okay.
you guys have done.
and now here,
With what y'all have done.
us asking for continuation is not in good faith. Madrid, like,
Again, and it's not just that the defense waited so long, it's that we now have a very substantial record on which the court can deny this motion based on everything that's been put in front of the state and the court. In terms of the mitigation investigation, Your Honor,
Ann Taylor says it in her motion. She says, you guys are going to come with this story, okay? We're going to be coming. We're not just here to poke holes at your shit. We're citing case law, and we're coming with our own story. Kind of like what Karen Reed did, okay? Karen Reed didn't just poke holes at the witnesses that got up on the stand. Karen Reed said that John O'Keefe was bit by a fucking dog, okay? And not that it wasn't me.
So think about this. Remember,
Ann Taylor, her story is that more than one person did this, that there was a cleanup. Like all of these things that you've done. That doesn't change by Bryan saying, by pleading guilty. That stuff doesn't change if that you have these experts all lined up that's saying, yes, that's consistent with multiple weapons. Yes, that's consistent with, that's a cleanup. That's this. So then this kid's going to take a plea deal after you've put together what? So now I'm on 75-25. 75-25, a bomb's coming. I was 50-50. Now I'm 75-25 that a bomb is coming. And that hey, take this plea deal. I think you have so many ways for ineffective assistance of counsel here. Me even then that Bryan's not going to argue that the plea deal, he got it from a fucking whack job. This was just horrible advice. We did all this stuff. I felt like I had no choice but to do this because she's telling me that she can't defend me because she's just going to be ineffective if we didn't get that continuation. So I felt like I needed to take a plea deal. And it was only because, you know, you've been wrong at every turn. You think 75 cents matters? No, I love that you're here, though. I love that you're here. I love that you're here. What have I been wrong about? What the fuck have I been wrong about? Fucking idiots. God. Who the fuck would waste their time? Jesus. You must not like sex either. Because, I mean, there's so many more things you could do with your time. It's a noon. Go have a nooner. Oh, for fuck's sake. This is actual proof that these fucking people lie. Every fucking day, they just lie. Meaning Karen Reed says about everything. Okay? Same thing here. I couldn't even believe it, or they to be punished. Has met the professional standards. You would have just given all the stuff.
Workers' rights are violated.
Oh, wait, here.
Discretion to deny the motion. If the court has any questions, I'm happy to answer those. Otherwise, we would submit on the record before the court.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any reply?
Oh, hell yeah. Any reply?
I would start with noting that if the new discovery is the state's contact of witnesses we've listed, the state knows that there are mitigation witnesses that we've listed because we had to disclose them, but they are people that have refused to speak with us. That presents a challenge in the case. A lot of the witnesses that refuse to speak with us have to do with records, medical records of Bryan Kohberger, past treatment records of Bryan Kohberger.
Why?
Those are important things that the
How? You guys hear that? How do people with medical records or Bryan Kohberger's aren't speaking with us? Like, what? Yeah, Rusty. So I'm talking about. Yeah. Hey, I'm not going to talk to you guys about Bryan's, because I don't want anything to do with, we're going to talk about his file. They won't talk to you? How? Why? Doesn't make any sense.
Gravity of what they have to say can't be known to our experts until we have the opportunity to fully understand those things. And we continue to work on access to witnesses and access to additional information.
Okay, that's interesting.
Your Honor, I want to touch
absolutely ridiculous. What the hell has the mitigating team been doing for 2.5 years? If you haven't been talking to people and interviewing people, what have they been doing for 2.5 years? Rusty. Love the name Rusty. What's up, Donna? How you doing, girl? What you been doing, girl?
just a couple of points. One, when the court considers a continuance and considers whether Bryan Kohberger's rights are violated, his right to a fair trial, his right to confront witnesses and evidence against him, his right to present a full defense, and his right to effective assistance of counsel are implicated and laid out in our motion to continue.
Yeah. So then, Anne, why would you ever tell him to take a plea deal which is going to trample over his rights? That is ineffective. That is absolutely crazy. That is backwards, right? Think about it. But remember what I told you guys, there is 2 ways that you are able to get out of this, which is right here. Ineffective assistance of counsel. Let's see all the questions that HIPAA will ask. Before imposing sentence, the court must give counsel an opportunity to speak on behalf of the defendant and must ask the defendant personally if the defendant wishes to make a statement and to present any information. This was going to happen if it was mitigating. Do you think this is still going to happen? So you told him to stand there in silence. He wanted to stand there in silence 2.5 years ago. Now he's going to come out. Remember, they gave him the not guilty. Remember, he just stood there in silence. I want to stand in silence. So the courts labeled him, okay, not guilty. Now, 2.5 years later, right? I blame the media. I blame the media.
The ABA guidelines require us to do a full investigation. It's not going scorched earth to understand Bryan Kohberger's full life history. These are things that are required. And we've done everything that we can. We have had a mitigation expert on the case. This is 2.5 years into a case, and the average for capital cases is 3.5 years.
That's true.
In federal court.
Which moves at a snail's pace in its best day in regular cases.
I'm not a practitioner in federal court, so I don't have any basis to talk to the court about that. But what I can tell you is that a capital case where we have a client and we need to investigate both the merits phase and a penalty phase at the same time takes time. In any case, it takes time to do that. In this case, with the high profile nature and having people decline to talk to us presents a whole set of challenges that we have to find a way to work through. As the court knows, a lot of mitigation information is very sensitive.
Dude, this is setting up for Bryan Kohberger to basically, he is going to appeal and he's going to go the route of ineffective assistance of counsel. It's just right there. The writing's on the wall. Will Hitler even accept this? Will he even accept this? Yes, he can appeal even if he signs a waiver. Yep, because he's going to appeal it based on ineffective assistance of counsel. Sounds like there's evidence against Bryan that he is guilty. That's not the point. That's not what this is about right now. That's not the point. There was evidence that he was guilty day one. Okay. This is about everything that these lawyers say that they stand for. At the 11th hour here, now they are doing something that they don't like. They've been working round the clock in preserving the record and preserving this man's rights because of all the violations of his rights. That's why I wanted to look up and say, is there a way that if you were to take a plea deal and plead guilty to criminal case, okay, can you then turn around and file a civil case? Can you file a civil case and sue the police for violating my rights? Can I sue then Moscow Police Department? Can I sue can that happen? Because of you violating my rights, right? I had to take a plea deal. Has it ever been done? I know. Yeah, Steve Gonzalez just can't accept it. You want to see? Here, look at this. Can you believe it? Steve Gonzalez just can't accept it. Watch. Have you seen it? Well, let me show you, honey. Let me show you.
Steve, I don't know what to say. You're the first person I thought of when I heard this news today. I reached out to you right away, first to tell you how sorry I was, because I know how this is landing, at least I think I do. But I wanted you to have your say. I wanted you to be able to say out loud for everyone to hear what this means to you and your family.
This is anything but justice. This is the opposite of our will. There was no majority believing that this was acceptable. I want to honor all the police officers, the FBI, and all the people that work their tail off. The failure is at the court level, 100%. But the men in the boots on the ground and the women that were out there working, I want to honor everything that they did for our children, 100%. The fault is
the state offering the plea deal when you are just supposedly, according to mainstream media and self-proclaiming, crushing it, winning every motion. Nothing was suppressed. No Franks. No motion lemonies. Crushing it. Idaho's supposed to be, don't fucking come in to our state and think you're going to do anything. Why would they fuck over 4 victims? And hey, you know what? People's careers mean more to us, so we're gonna offer a plea deal to take the death penalty off the table and make it seem like, oh, we're not gonna put your family through anything more. What? No, you're doing that for you, and it's because our rights were violated throughout this whole process, and that can't come out. You can't give a fuck if Bryan Kohberger goes to fucking prison or not. Are you out of your fucking mind? Wake up. That could be your kid. That could be, it's about our rights. And nobody knows if the guy's guilty or innocent because due process hasn't occurred.
Is in leadership and the people that you place this evidence upon. They were weak. They decided to play God and decide what this man's decision should be, and not a jury, not a peers, not his peers. They, so that's where we are today.
Walk me through what happened. Brian Enton, did some really great reporting at the top of this show here, but tell me from your perspective how the last 3 days have played out.
I would say ever since Hippler's demanded an independent investigation, they couldn't get away from this case fast enough.
Woo!
They've done everything to make this case go away. So I don't know what that entails, but he said he was going to have an independent investigator, and all of a sudden we seemed like we were on rails to get rid of this case and make a plea deal. I mean, he's guilty. We all know he's guilty. There's more than enough evidence, but it's tough. It's tough to put a community through this, and it could be bad for reputations and business identities, and there's fallout. But this isn't the will of the victims. This is just one person making a decision, and it doesn't reflect what we were asking for.
Steve, did anybody ever call you from the prosecutor's office to just personally discuss this with you? Did anybody offer to meet with you in person to go over this potential plan?
We have meetings all the time on, particularly a lot of times on Friday. No. We had this regular meeting that we have to try basically do an update of what's going on, where things are at, because Idaho is actually an amazing state where it really does care about people. We just get one or two, people who just don't care about the victims and don't care about justice. And it's easy to take the weight out. It's easy to make an excuse and say, I'm doing this for the victims, even though I've never interviewed the victims. I've never really talked to them to find out what their true feelings are. So, here we are. We're stuck. And
Bill Thompson said that they were witnesses like a month into this case, that they're witnesses. They never interviewed them. They never interviewed any of the victims, like the victims' families is what he's talking about. Obviously, they interviewed the 2 surviving roommates.
we can't get out of it. I ask your audience if anybody knows Judge Hippler, reach out to him and ask him to put his foot down and not accept this offer. It doesn't reflect anything in Idaho. This is not justice. We had an outsider come to our community, kill our kids in their sleep while they're getting a college education, doing everything that they should do, and we don't have the courage to hold.
After 2.5 years, you offer a plea deal. Exactly. He said courage. What a bunch of pussy ass bitches in Idaho. All talk. That's all that fucking town is. It's all talk. It was the same thing with the Danmore case.
Hold him accountable. No plea deal. Let's go for this guy. 100%.
Why wouldn't you?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
And that's how this family stands.
Steve, I know that, it's no secret your daughter Kaylee was so close with Maddie Mogan, best of friends. And I know that you got to know the Mogan family as well. Have you spoken with the Mogan family, and do you know what their reaction is to this plea decision?
We actually just had a meeting with the prosecution and just tore into it and made it clear that we were not in support of this, but we also invited other families into that, and I'll let them speak on their own that were part of that meeting, but we are in no way alone on this. Multiple families believe the same as we do, but I want to honor their abilities to speak independently and as their child. So I don't want to cross that line, but all I will say is there was no majority for this decision at all. And if they're not working for us, they're working against us, guys. I mean, we have to wake up to this. I mean,
we've been woke to this since day one over here. They violated our rights to have this whole thing happen, and they continued to do it. And there was hella prosecutorial misconduct. And you have a case by the balls. Mainstream media is not reporting accurately, reporting in favor of just whatever to woo. And this is the outcome? Wow, that's really strange. And if I hear one person say the state wanted to save money on a trial, that is not how you make that. Not, yeah, in your little drug, little Molly world, okay? No. Mm-mm.
To hold people accountable.
You would have done that in the beginning.
Coeur d'Alene just had a shooting where we attacked our firemen. People need to stand up to these monsters and stop freaking bowing down to them and giving them childcare. I mean, prison is nothing but adult childcare. You get free vision, you get free dental, you get free meals, you get AC, room and board, cable TV, internet access. It's ridiculous what we give our prisoners. Better than what we treat our vets. Our vets coming back from war with missing limbs. This is unacceptable.
Shannon Gray, I'm going to ask you to step in as well. Judge Hippler, Steve just mentioned Judge Hippler in this case. I have to ask you as a matter of law, would Judge Hippler have been fully integrated into this deal plan? Meaning, this is not a surprise to Judge Hippler. Is he going to have to weigh this and then rule from the bench as to whether he'll accept it or not? Or is it a fait accompli by the time they get this far down the road that the judge will accept it?
Well, I think a few weeks ago, Judge Hippler, talked about had there been an offer at all on this case. I think he mentioned it in the courtroom, and maybe that sparked something with the defense and the prosecution. I'm not sure. That being said, with a plea like this, it's with the life sentences and it's agreed upon by the state and the defense.
Yeah. How improper was that though when Hippler did that? Just like kind of like when Anne was so shocked that Hippler was revealing her, you're telling the world about multiple perpetrators, that the house was cleaned up, that multiple weapons. And was just like, wait, why are you what are you doing?
There's small modifications sometimes that they can make to the sentencing regarding, restitution, some other things like that. But if the state presents sufficient facts to the judge or a plea of guilty to the counts, normally judges will accept that, and they'll let the defense know if they're not going to accept that ahead of time. So I would suspect that the plea will go through on Wednesday, and then they'll set over sentencing for a few weeks, and so the victims can be present to read victims' impact statements, etc. So
Steve, I covered a case where the defendant was so overwhelmingly guilty according to the evidence, and it was a death penalty case in Arizona, and that jury voted guilty, and they did not vote for death penalty. So that defendant, Jodi Arias, sits in a prison in Arizona as we speak, and she had multiple access to appeals. I wonder if there's any solace at all in knowing that this can't happen to him at this point. There can be no appeal. There can be not one squeak from Bryan Kohberger after he accepts that sentence at the end of this month, unlike what happened in Arizona, where there is always a chance the jury does not choose death. Is there any solace in the fact that you will at least have him silenced and there will be no appeals?
Absolutely zero. None. Could be no farther than how we believe. I want my community support. I want that jury to make the decision, not Thompson, not some old man who's 70 freaking years old deciding how my daughter's life weighs in a courtroom.
How do you feel about that? Bill Thompson, the same person that fucking lying about knowing about search warrants, how they were written, knowing that just him and Ashley riding around, backseat Bill, fucking idiot, absolute clown fucker. And Steve's like, I want the jury to decide. The jury to decide. So wait, who's out there saying that? Oh, yep, Steve wants him dead. He wants a jury to decide. He doesn't want Steve Thompson fucking playing God, right? Well, why? Why would you not want Bill Thompson playing God? Backseat Bill, why? Prosecutors do this all the time. Well, I don't know, because why the fuck didn't you do this 2.5 years ago, you cocksucker? Why the hell would you do now? Again, when you're winning 9-0, basically. Look at a game that you're crushing somebody, and you just think that, okay, it comes to the championship game, and let's just go ahead and call it a tie, even though you got to double dip me to win. You got to beat me twice. Like, the fuck? Nobody would ever do that shit. Because the trial is a dumpster fire. Because mainstream media has been gaslighting America. Okay? Because Josh Hurwitz was Steve and them were under the impression that they brought in Josh Hurwitz to bring in an ace for the trial, not to do this shit. That means they were lied to about that. That's Ashley Jennings. Can you imagine Ashley Jennings and Bill Thompson, the face of for the jury to see, and them trying this case, and you can see them trying a case. They just seem lost. Like, what's 7 minutes? Like, what's 7 minutes? Well, I don't know. That's how long you said that the killing took. So 7 minutes is 7 minutes, right? What's 7 minutes? Can't cars just turn around? Who's it? Well, do you have it on camera doing that? No, actually, we don't have anything on camera. It's just who cares? Like, this is what we do every day. Like, this is how we deal with it in Latah.
That is not justice.
I mean, the Ashley and Bill, friends with Molly. I think that, woo.
That is not justice at all. I'll take my juries, I'll take my peers all day long. I'm sick of one man deciding or one woman deciding what a life's worth. So that's how I stand on that.
I fully understand how you feel. And none of us can understand what you're going through. None of us is walking in your shoes. And I'm just glad to give you this platform to be able to.
I'm sick of people violating people's rights and then fucking you so bad that you feel like you don't have a choice. Sheldon Jeter Jr. was offered a plea deal. You know what he said? He said, go fuck yourself. He's innocent. Where's mainstream media? Why aren't you guys covering that case?
To say these things publicly. And I'm also glad that you got the support of Shannon Gray, who's just been a rock for you. Thank you to the both of you. Steve, please give Christy and your kids.
Oh, so it's the system. Mainstream media, congratulations. This is why this happened, because you guys didn't report accurate information, and because of that and your prejudicial shit and your fucking leaks, there you go. You just blew up your own spot. I love it, right? Hell yeah, shout out to Sheldon Jeter Jr. and his innocence. Yeah, girl. That's what I'm talking about. Patty, you're absolutely right. MS sucks for real. Yeah. And I have no problem. Dude, put me on one of these shows and I will tell them and I will show them how they're the problem and how this is why this happened. If they would have been reporting accurately the whole time, okay? Like, this isn't happening. There is no plea deal. There is no plea deal because you know what? The truth would have come out in the proper reporting. The media is here to keep the government checks and balances. And what's the media doing? People that aren't independent, they are puppets. Absolute puppets. And thank you guys so much for being here. We'll be back later. Go enjoy your lunches. Go enjoy your dinners. I did secure the first interview with your favorite once that gag is lifted. This is not ending anytime soon. I can promise you that. Plot twist. Judge Hippler's like, are you out of your fucking minds? I'm not allowing this plea deal. You guys have been... I've been keeping the death penalty on the table this whole time, and you think I'm going to allow your twerpy ass to come in here and offer him a plea deal? You haven't even been involved in the game but a month. No, take this plea and shove your ass. We'll see you guys for jury duty or for jury voir dire. Can you imagine that? Damn, hip. I was like, I'm not accepting this plea deal. We're Idaho, baby. I got an interview with Ashley Jennings. Ashley wants to have her slam style. No, it's not Ashley Jennings. Promise. It's somebody that is way more, I don't know, relevant. All right, guys. Take care. Until next